Some days just mean more, don't they? Birthdays, holidays, Christmas Day, and then there's this day, a Durham doubleheader on Rivals Day, and we are so ready for it. Welcome to Durham Live. Yes, hello there, wherever you're watching us today, around the world, exclusively live on Fancode in India. Welcome to a scorching Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street, and welcome along to Durham Live in association with Daffer News. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and let me tell you, there is every single member of our Durham Live team that cannot wait for today's offering. A double header nonetheless. The men welcoming the Yorkshire Vikings a little bit later at 6:30 this evening. But first up, the women taking on Essex. It promises to be a feast of cracking cricket for you today, folks. And as ever, you are not going to miss a second of our award-winning coverage right here on Durham Live from our Daffer News studio with our commentators and with our camera operators as well. So, all you have to do on this blisteringly hot day in the northeast is go on, get yourself an ice lolly, get some iced tea or something, sit out in the garden and give us a watch on Durham Live, and hopefully by the close of play today we're going to be celebrating 2 Durham wins to go with this unseasonably warm weather here in Chester Street in the northeast of England. Anyway, great to have you along with us today. On social media, you can get in touch with us. Just use the hashtag #ForTheNorth on Instagram or on Twitter. Alternatively, if you are watching on our YouTube stream, drop us a comment, drop us a question, and we'll try and get round to answering the very best of them as the cricket progresses all the way through today. But a belting day, well, it calls for a belting punditry lineup, doesn't it? And it just so happens that I have got the very, very best in the business alongside me in the Daffer News studio. It's crazy what Rivals Day does to people, Ashthorpe, doesn't it? I've all of a sudden turned nice.
Not used to that, but thank you for a very, very lovely introduction.
I could see the look of surprise on your face.
Definitely thrown me.
And horror.
A little bit.
Something will come later, mate.
Yeah.
Don't worry. When you least expect it. Look, Rivals Day. It's a huge day in the calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we start off with Durham and Essex. I'm not sure where the kind of rival comes to that, but definitely Durham, Yorkshire later on. There will be a little bit of feeling in that one. We saw Durham get the win over Yorkshire, but first we get to concentrate on the girls, which is really crucial matchup. Both languishing with 2 wins on the table and both needing a win to push themselves up into finals contention. So really exciting afternoon in prospect for us here.
Absolutely. And the women, coming into this with a win, against Somerset, and we challenged them, didn't we, after that last defeat against the Blaze, and we said, look, can they go to Somerset? Can they pick up a win that's going to boost them mentally and the morale as well? And they went out and did the job against Somerset.
Yeah, they did. Tough place to go, all the way down to the southwest. They've been looking for a bit of consistency. They've done bits of brilliance with the bat, with the ball, and in the field. Haven't managed to really put that all together. The Somerset game was the closest they've got to that, and let's be honest, they'll be looking to try and back that up against Essex, who are, as I said, on 2 wins. And this gives them the chance to break up into the middle kind of part of the table and push for a final spot.
Well, I'll tell you what, shall we in the Daffer News studio just call Essex rivals for the sake of the
Absolutely.
marketing?
Everyone's a rival.
Everyone's a rival, absolutely. So Essex and Durham, long-known rivals. That's what we're going with on Durham Live today, certainly. We talk about the nature of that win against Somerset. Ash, what do you think, not just physically, but mentally, it will have done for Danny's side?
Yeah, it's important. Being a young side, they're on a bit of an emotional roller coaster. They've had all the excitement, all the build-up to being Durham's first professional women.
Yeah,
they got that win. And then they've had some tough times, and with them being a young squad, that's going to knock the confidence. They've got a lot of experience to help them with the likes of Susie Bates. So it's up now. I think we're past the embedding process.
Yeah.
We're now ready to really start pushing on and a bit of honesty amongst the group, and now looking to get some wins on the board.
Was it kind of, I mean, it's a one-off win, but is it almost justification for Danny, both in terms of approach and in terms of selection as well, which hasn't differed too much in recent weeks?
Yeah, and the selection won't. That's, I mean, probably a hindrance and a positive is that we've got a really small squad.
Yeah.
Lauren Filer coming in is a massive help. She'll be missing today from all accounts. But then that gives Phoebe Turner another opportunity, who was absolutely brilliant in the 50 over competition. So it's just important that whoever goes out there, do whatever's required with bat or ball. It's important we get partnerships when we bat. We're going to be batting first here today, having lost the toss and being put in, posting a big total, which we've done in the last 2 home games. We've pushed 2 records, 160 and then nearly 190.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've come up against 2 really good sides that have knocked that off.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if we can again look to get that score around those areas, then our bowling is good enough to get us home.
Because we've gotten so close recently. I mean, you referenced these last 2 home games, and they have been a source of frustration. 162 against Lancashire total, 188 against the Blaze. We haven't won either, which will be a source of frustration, certainly to Danny. Is today the day where we can finally get the monkey off our backs a little bit and actually claim a first home win of this season as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's something in that. Essex have won the toss, and there's a bit of greenery on the pitch, a bit of live grass, which should help the ball come onto the bat. But we've managed to cope with that really well in the last couple of games. And it'll now be, can we put 40 overs together? Can we bat well? Can we field and bowl well? And just transfer pressure back onto Essex and hopefully come away with the chocolates.
There's been some good news on the pitch, obviously, with the win against Somerset. There's been some good news off the pitch as well. And Holly, Bess, Maddie as well called up for the England selects against India, of course, in the limited overs games. How much kind of confidence, how much justification does that give Durham and what we are doing here with certainly players like Bess and Maddie, for instance?
Yeah, I think we've got a great crop of young players, and that is the thing. You look at the experience there, and you've got Susie Bates, you've got Holly, and you've got Lauren Filer, are probably the most experienced players that we have. And then we're really young. Yeah. We've got a really lot of exciting young talent. And like you say, we've identified that and gone out and recruited that, knowing that it might take a year or 2 to actually see the best of them. Yeah. But hopefully they can start to push that on at the back end of this season with a bit of confidence in being picked up in the England squads.
Absolutely. I mentioned 3 names there. I'm going to kind of focus in on one, and that's Maddie Villiers, or De Villiers, depending on how many times you reckon you're going to drop that on commentary today.
It will happen.
Think positively, mate. We'll just kind of etch it on the desk in front of you. Obviously, Maddie going out to play, Big Bash League for Sydney Scorchers. It's a big call up for her. That big chance as well for Maddie.
It's a huge opportunity. The Aussies don't choose lightly when it comes to their overseas players, and Maddie's done really well. She's a 3-dimensional cricketer. She's shown really good glimpses with the bat here. I think it was that game the other week where we got to the 162 and broke the record, that she was a huge part of that. Yeah. What she'll be looking for now is to be consistent and be that one that Durham go, right, we can bank on her and we can build around her. She's also really effective with the ball, and we've seen some brilliant catches from her in the outfield as well. So she's a triple threat. She's a bit of a diva, which is really good as well. She's a good character to have around the group. And and hopefully, again, she goes on to bigger and better things as part of this Durham group.
Absolutely. We need some influence in the field, most certainly, because with all due respect, we have to give big props to the batting at home recently, but the fielding, the bowling probably needs a little bit of tweaking in there. Do you think today, like you mentioned about the pitch, but certainly against this Essex lineup as well, is there an opportunity there for our bowlers to strike?
Yeah, 100%. It looks like there will be a little bit in this pitch from the look of it. Like I say, once you get to the live shots out there of the ground, you'll see that it is a green tinge, but I still think it's going to be a good pitch. Lots of runs scored, and I think the fielding is around attitude. So you need to have the right attitude in the field. You need to be aggressive. And you can make a score of 150 feel like a score of 180 if you field and bowl well. Yeah. And I think that's what will have disappointed them in the game the other week, where they fell short. I think it was Birmingham, wasn't it, where they fell short in that game. Was basically the attitude in the field. You could see heads dropping. And at this level, there's nowhere to hide out there. There's us, not criticising, but we pick up on what's happening out there, and there's cameras. They'll be watching replays. The coaches are able to give up good, honest feedback. So we saw an improved performance against the Blaze, but unfortunately they got, on the wrong end of a pretty average umpiring decision, I would say. And Tammy Beaumont went and cashed in on that reprieve to go on and make a match-winning contribution. So that's what Durham will look to do. They'll look to, hopefully they've found a pattern of play with the bat at home where they can post big totals. Yeah. But can they now put that 20 overs with the bat and 20 overs with the ball together?
That's the question. Can they do that, but also can they handle the heat today at Chester Street? Because I think the thermometer's hitting around about 28, 29 degrees outside. I mean, you were wandering around the middle only about half an hour, 45 minutes ago or so. It is warm down there, as we say in the northeast.
It is, yeah. George Michael and all that kind of, jazz. It's even the wind's hot. So normally when you're in the northeast, you'll find a cool breeze no matter where you are.
Yeah.
Even the wind's hot, so it's humid out there. Like I said, once we get out there and you see the live shots, there's a bit of a haze in the air. But all in all, we play enough cricket in rubbish weather. You want to play cricket in this? Yeah, no jumpers required today.
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to one of the stewards outside and said, it's warm. He was like, it's far warm. I said, we'd be complaining, wouldn't we? We'd be complaining if it was ripping it down and raining and then we'd have to cancel games. I mean, fingers crossed that we do not have to do that at all during the case of this season, but we don't mind a bit of heat here. What's the Ashthorpe approach to dealing with extreme heat? We've got ice lollies later, sunscreen. I mean, we're going to be in an aircon studio.
Yeah,
so.
I think we've ticked a massive box there. I'm not going to lie, when you walk into the media centre and the reverse of kind of when you go on holiday and that heat hits you, the aircon hits you, it's very, very pleasant in here. We might just hide in here for the rest of the day.
I was going to say, I might just leave the aircon on totally. I don't want to brag or all, but I don't know whether I do want to be outside having a watch of it or just basically stood underneath this air conditioning anyway. Certainly for you and for Rob coming up on commentary, it's going to be pretty decent. Look, Ash, we're about 3 minutes away from the start here. Two teams are about to start coming out. How do you see it going?
Yeah, listen, I've got to be right at some stage. I'm going to back a Durham win.
Yeah.
I hope we can put that performance on the board with the bat. We seem to have found a formula how to post pretty decent totals. We did that in the 2 home games here. We did it again on the road.
Yeah.
We're able to defend that on the road, and I'm hoping we can transfer that into a home win today.
Absolutely. Ash, thank you very, very much. You have to pop up to your commentary seat in just a second, but what a day ahead of us. Double-header day, Rivals Day, as it's called as well. Look at the scenes here at the Banks Homes Riverside. 29 degrees outside, and it all gets underway in a matter of a couple of minutes. Durham taking on Essex. Big opening game here for the double header as the 2 Durham openers head out into the middle, and we head over to our commentators to kick things off. The capable hands of Mr. Ashley Thorpe, of course, but a big welcome to Durham Live for this season. First up, Rob Rush.
Thank you very much, Andy. Welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside opening game of this doubleheader between Durham women and Essex women. As we mentioned, Essex, Grace Scrivens calling correctly and deciding they want to have a bowl first. And I don't know about you, Ash, but I would actually not be too disappointed that some of the Durham girls get to sit up in the changing rooms for a little bit.
Yeah,
get out the heat.
As you say, it is pretty warm out there. I'm not sure it's going to get any cooler as the day goes on, unless that breeze changes from maybe the coming in from the west to approaching us from the east. But it's a beautiful day here. Like I said, a bit of haze out there, as you can see, but you play enough cricket in rubbish weather, you definitely love days like today.
Absolutely. Just that one change for Durham. Lauren Filer misses out. She is now away with England ahead of I think it's the T20 series against India that is starting pretty soon for the women, so she is away. So Durham team reads Susie Bates, Leah Dobson as the opening pair out in the middle, Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage, captain, Bess Heath, Mia Rogers will have the gloves, Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Grace Thompson, Sophia Turner and Katie Levick. That is your Durham women 11 for this game.
Yeah, and Essex line up with, as you said, Scrivens as captain, Lauren Winfield Hill, who was a big part of the Northern Diamond setup where a lot of the girls have come from, so there'll be some familiarity there. Maddie Penner, Jo Gardner, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Eva Gray, Sophia Smale, Kate Kopak, Esme McGregor and Apta Maksood.
It's going to be McGregor to start things off from the Finkel end, and it's immediately met by a lovely looking drive from Susie Bates, well cut off at mid-off, and that'll just be a single to open up the account off the first ball of the innings.
A little bit of a two-tone look to the pitch as you look to the left of your screen there. It is lighter and then it gets a little bit darker as it moves across. It's a good even covering of grass out there. This pitch was used for the Lancashire doubleheader a couple of weeks ago.
Immediately got that slip in place for McGregor. Leah Dobson on strike for her first ball. Ooh, a little bit of movement there from McGregor. We'll see if that does hold true for especially the power play, Ash, those first 6 overs. If you can get some movement off the pitch, then bowlers are going to feel right in the game.
Yeah, you would expect it to swing. There's a bit of humidity in the air. The wind is coming across the ground from left to right on your screen as you guys look at it, so that's just swung a little bit into the breeze.
That's a lovely shot from Dobson. It will be the first boundary of the Durham innings. A bit too full for McGregor, and Dobson does not miss out on an opportunity to loft it back over the head for 4.
Yeah, nice start from Dobson. As you said there, just touch full, hitting right through the line.
Do you think maybe that humidity played a role in Scrivens' decision to have a bowl first?
I'm not sure. I think what they'll have looked at is that Durham have posted some pretty big scores and they've been knocked off. So that I think they'll see a bit of a formula happening at this ground. Whereas the men are quite successful at defending. The girls haven't yet got their handle on that one yet.
Dobson watches this one and just plays back down the track.
It's another really good surface here.
Do you have a pitch number for us?
I don't know if it's 9.
So we need Vic.
Yeah.
I think you might be. I don't think if you're not correct with that, I don't think you're too far off.
Yeah.
I think it looks.
She's pretty central. I don't know if the one they played on the other day was 11.
Dobson takes a step away, trying to free the arms, but unable to make any contact. Last ball of the first over. Been a even start, 5 without loss off that opening 5 balls. Just, as you say, a little bit of movement from McGregor. As you most know, power play, only 2 fielders out on the outside the circle, and that is a perler from McGregor. Dobson has to go for Durham, lose an early wicket. That movement we were talking about, just finding that gap and disrupting the timber. McGregor has Essex's first. Durham 5 for 1.
Yeah, Dobson likes to play on the offside, and if you watch the replay of that one, she just puts her leg down the line of leg stump, looking to free her hands up. We've seen that quite a few times from Dobson already this year, that she gets away with an early boundary, then is unable to go on with the job. She goes for 4. And Durham are 5 for 1 after the first over. And that brings Maddie Villiers out to the crease. Like I say, a couple of call-ups for her recently. Called up into the England A squad and been signed by the Sydney Sixers, I think it is, in the Big Bash. I'll just check that, actually.
Will be Kate Kopak to start from the Lumley end. Looks like still going to be at least 1 slip in. Maybe a short third as well. Really try and keep some of that pressure. It will be just a 1 slip so far.
Yeah, good captaincy, keeping a slip in place. As you say, Kopak's going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. Susie Bates on strike. This one angled into the leg stump, thuds into the thigh pad, and that will be a leg bye to the total.
How important is it, Ash, that these 2 out in the middle right now, Villiers and Bates, really kind of set the game up for Durham? Obviously, they need to rebuild after the wicket of Dobson, but these 2 are 2 of the more experienced players, and as what you and Andy talked about, kind of a young group.
Yeah, for me it's partnerships. It's crucial that we get a big partnership here early. Right on the money, Kopak. It's been a good start from the Essex bowlers so far. Yeah, Maddie Villiers picked up along with Sophia Dunkley with the Sydney Sixers, so that'll be a really exciting winter for her.
So it's not a bad place to spend Christmas, New Year.
Could be worse. Could be worse. It's driven to mid-off but won't beat the field.
Yeah.
Essex will be happy with this start.
Got an extra cover in there. I think Villiers just looking to try and pierce that gap between extra cover and mid-off, but well stopped on the ring. So we've got a fielder out at deep cover and looks like deep backward square. They are the two out for Villiers. Going to be a change. Slip is going to come out and move towards short, fine leg just on the edge of the circle. Got Will.
Change of mind.
Yeah, got Will Rhodes down in front of us, I think, just going round for his notes. Obviously, the men in the house are ahead of their game against Yorkshire later on, looking to take 2 games off. I guess they are the closest rivals Durham have, isn't it?
Absolutely. This one's full and wide and driven in the air, but will get through the infield out into the deep, and Susie Bates says no to a second run. Good fielding out in the deep. Yeah, pitch 11 we're on. What pitch did I say?
9.
9. I was 2 off. Ridiculous. Suck me.
I guess we got any other commentators around that couldn't.
I was actually trying to count the pitches. That's how sad I am.
Dedication to the cause, mate.
But this outfield's in pretty good nick, and so is the square. Can't actually tell on the left-hand side where it starts. That's nicely cut away by Bates out into the deep. She'll pick up another single. Quiet start for Durham. Nice little crowd in already today, and that'll build up over the afternoon and into the evening. Big match for these two teams, both sitting on 2 wins after 7 games. Essex have managed to pick up a bonus point. Sit on 9 points, and Durham sit on 8 points, and this is short, and it's helped around the corner by Maddie Villiers. A little bit bigger the boundaries today, and she'll pick up a couple. Normally 60 metres the boundaries, but they're 65 today, and I wonder if they keep the same size for the men, as we normally see a rope on the inside and then the Toblerone set up on the outside. So it looks like Vic and the crew can put their feet up for a while. As you can see them all sitting over just off to the right of your screen there.
I think Ben's drawn lucky straw as day off.
Got the day off today?
I think he does.
Banks Homes Riverside looking in beautiful nick again. Full credit to Vic and the team.
Unsurprisingly, McGregor to continue into a second over. Bates 2 off 3. Been a bit of a watchful start, looking to rotate strike from the New Zealand international. That's not very watchful. She comes down the track, tries to pull McGregor somewhere over towards the LNER stand, but an underedge that then, fortunately, misses the stumps.
Yeah, bounced right over the top of the stumps. It's been a great signing for Durham, Susie Bates.
It's sort of, as you mentioned, with young group, you do need those experienced players in there, and Susie Bates ticks that box plenty.
She is one of the great women players. I don't use that term lightly either. There's a lot of times that players get banded around as great, but Susie Bates is a great player.
Almost an air of wherever she goes, Durham goes, in terms of setting up innings and setting up games. If she's able to go to big scores, then she's able to obviously push the team on to big scores as well.
Need her today.
Looking like another wicket for Essex. Just spoken about the need for Susie Bates. If she could manage to get going and get a score, that Durham would be in a good position. Essex will be more than happy to see the back of her. And again, Durham are in a spot of trouble early on, 10 for 2.
Just slicing a little bit across the line of that one, trying to hit it maybe back over the bowler's head or towards mid-on. And again, that's the second one right off the bottom of the bat. Unfortunately for Susie Bates, she goes for just 2, caught by Sophia Smale off the bowling of Esme McGregor, who has 2 Already she has 2 for 5 and is destroying this Durham top order as skipper Holly Armitage comes to the crease.
Good early pressure being applied by the visitors here. As we mentioned, both sides looking to get some wins. Just 2 for the opening 7 so far, and Essex have made a very good start to proceedings here at Banks Home Riverside. Skipper Holly Armitage is out at number 4. Just need to settle down now. See if they can rebuild towards the end of this power play.
Beautiful bit of timing that from Armitage.
Indecision about a second. It will just be kept 2-1. Sweeper out there on that cover boundary. Villiers pulls that one, but almost chips it straight to mid-on. I think it's Maddie Penner out there at mid-on, just bounces in front of her. Been a very good over from McGregor. Wicket and just a 1 run so far. There'll only be 2 from the over. Essex firmly on top here in early proceedings. Durham 12 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good start this from the visitors. Picking up 2 key wickets. Dobson and the huge wicket of Susie Bates. And Durham already looking to rebuild here in the power play. Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers. 2 natural strikers of the ball. A couple of adjustments to the field. Katie Kopak to continue from the Lumley end. 12 for 2 Durham. That's cut away and caught. Gone, and Durham a 3 down. Villiers cut that away, nicely timed, but straight to the fielder, and Durham falling in an absolute heap. 12 for 3. Kopak picks up her first wicket, and Villiers has to go. Jodie Grucock with the catch. A little bit of a juggle. But all in all, another wicket down as Bess Heath comes to the crease. Batted brilliantly down in Somerset to get Durham home.
38, not out, I think it was.
Yeah, it was excellent. She's been building this summer, an indifferent start, but starting to put some performances together and a bit of consistency.
Gonna need it now.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Essex firmly on top. Good toss to win by captain Grace Scrivens, calling correctly and asking Durham to bat. Already picking up those 3 wickets in the power play.
Want to be a wide down the leg side, caught by umpire Amy Clark.
Something Ryan Campbell has spoken about, Ash, the stat in T20 cricket. If you lose 3 wickets in the power play, chances are your chances of winning the game go drastically downhill. Don't want to call it too early, but it's certainly less than ideal start from Durham this afternoon.
Done that within the first 4 overs, let alone the power play. It just holds Durham back from having any real freedom at the top of the order.
Yeah, it then almost becomes a case of having to make sure you bat the 20 overs in order to make sure you don't leave time out there, rather than being able to get a move on with some scoring.
There's still some batting to come for Durham, but you feel that this has to be the partnership for Durham to post anything. It's going to be tight there, not gathered by Winfield Hill, who was standing a long way from the stumps.
I think if that was a clean take, we're potentially looking at a 4th wicket. I like the positivity.
It was good aggressive running.
I think it was Armitage's call to come back for the second, and I can see the idea behind it. Need to start putting some pressure back onto Essex, but could have been a very different result.
Heath drives, and this is well fielded again. And then a little fumble, and Heath will get back for a second. Busy at the crease, Bess Heath. Be interesting to see if she takes the gloves again for this game. Mia Rogers taking over those duties in the last game. This one's cut away but won't beat Grewcock at backward point. Edged and gone. This is a disastrous start for Durham. Thick outside edge through to Lauren Winfield Hill. Things go from bad to worse for Durham. 17 for 4. As Beth Heath goes 4-4. Kopak picks up her second wicket of the over. In a world of trouble, Durham, Rob Rush.
Absolutely. Like I say, I can see what Bess Heath is trying to do. She's trying to put some pressure back onto Essex, because from the very first over, the pressure's always been on Durham. But you're already 3 down in the power play. I get it's T20, you haven't got a lot of time, but the game situation called for a little bit of clear heads, clear minds, and trying to build a partnership, like you said. And if you're just revolving partnerships and revolving batters at one end as Mia Rogers comes to the crease at number 6, there's still 2 overs left of this power play. And as we mentioned, that stat in T20 cricket, if you lose 3 wickets, your chances are not very good.
Do you know what the stats are with 4?
No. I'm going to guess worse.
Yeah, he would have thought so.
I'm going to guess worse. Very, very good toss to win. McGregor's going to continue unsurprisingly into her 3rd over. Met with a nice looking drive, but straight down to Smale.
Look at the energy in the field. The Essex girls are all over this. Nearly every single fielder is on the move.
Suffocating.
Yeah. It's a great feeling as a team.
Oh, when you know you've got the other team firmly under the cosh.
It really is.
Nicely driven. We're going to look for 2, but good fielding out from McGrath in the deep will mean it's just 1.
Two wickets for McGregor. 2 wickets for Kopak. As Durham in all sorts of trouble here. 18 for 4. Mia Rogers, the new batter at the crease. Just talking about her, wondering if she was going to take the gloves in Durham's bowling innings.
It's not a bad thing to have options behind the stumps. I just wonder potentially what the reason is behind switching Heath and Rogers. That's lovely. It's going to pick up McGrath. Covering Rogers is off the mark. Second ball. Yeah, just wondering potentially what the thinking is from the coaching staff behind having that switch of keeper. It's not bad to have options. You'd rather have... It shows there's proper competition for that spot rather than it being a settled position. And this is good from McGregor, just really sticking to a nice line and length. Picking Armitage only able to pick out her opposite number Scrivens in the field. 19 for 4. Essex really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and not letting it go. McGregor, final ball of her third over. It's full. It's clipped straight to mid-wicket. Durham cannot get any boundaries or runs for that matter for love nor money. 19 for 4.
Yeah, just struggling, hitting the fielders there. A couple of really nice shots. Unable to find the gap. And that's what happens when you're under pressure. Skipper Armitage looking to try and rebuild this innings. Along with Mia Rogers. 5 overs down. 19 for 4. Rogers on strike. It's Kopak just surveying the field. A few little subtle changes. Kopak starting her third over. This one short and wide. It's cut away but won't beat Grucock there in the backward point area. Bit of a flat feeling around the ground, Rob, as you would expect with such a tremendous start from Essex.
Yeah, just really takes that. He also takes that equation, takes that part of the equation out of the game. Obviously, it's something we hear a lot about, more so in football, of opposing teams going to away venues and wanting that good start in order to take that crowd aspect out of the game, and Essex have done that very convincingly so far. As we mentioned, 4 wickets in the power play, not even 25 on the board yet for Durham. And they also know now at some point Durham are going to have to hit out because they won't have the runs on the board.
This is driven and in the air, but beats Grucock at backward point. And Rogers will pick up a couple.
Yeah, runs out to Joe Gardner in the deep. Yeah, Essex will, as you say, the good start, it plays in your favour both in the moment and then also in the future coming towards those death overs. They know that Durham are going to have to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more adventurous with shot selection in order to try and get up to something for the bowlers to defend, which then obviously brings about chances of more wickets.
This is fallen again, driven nicely by Rogers out into the deep. This time it will just be a single. As you would expect, lots of chat, lots of energy from Essex. Long journey up to the northeast. Right on top here. This one's driven by Armitage, and that might run away for 4. Behind backward point, there's a dive, but she's unable to stop the ball in the deep. Really good effort. But Durham pick up just their second boundary of the power play. The only other one being Leah Dobson back in the first over before she was bowled. It was a lovely square drive from Armitage. This one thumps into the thigh pad and will end the over and end the power play. Durham 26 for 4. And Essex ticking all the right boxes at the moment.
Absolutely. You probably couldn't have scripted a better power play than that for Grace Scrivens. If you went up and asked her what she would wanted, she would have wanted the early wicket. She would have wanted the run rate to be under control. She's got both of those, and now she can start playing around with the rest of her bowling line. It's going to be Eva Gray to replace Esme McGregor from the Finkel end. So McGregor, and you'd imagine Ash Kopak will probably both be swapped out of the attack. They'll have one over each that Scrivens can use towards the back end of the innings. Winfield Hill is going to stand up to the stumps, and with the power play being over, Scrivens has got the ability to play some more fielders out on the rope. Fielder down at long leg, third man, and deep cover. Rogers looks to pull that one through straight mid-wicket, but ends up at mid-on.
Some really good slow ball options as well. Sorry, slower bowling options in Smail, Maqsood. Lots of options for Captain Grace Scrivens.
Rogers tries to use the feet to negate that, but can't get past backward point. Of course, looking on the flip side for this, Ash, obviously Durham coaching staff and can be looking at this, and they'll obviously be taking in what they notice from Essex, what works on this surface, and what they will be able to use later. So Rogers drags that one down to mid-on for a single. Good throw from Penner, but Rogers comfortably in her ground. But it already looks like you're gonna have to, the opening bowlers are gonna have to try extract that movement very quickly. Otherwise, Essex, with the experience of Scrivens and Winfield Hill, will be able to get off to a good start. Full from Gray, and Armitage will just play that up to mid-on for a single. Very tidy start so far.
Yeah, doing nicely, the visitors. Can't find the gaps at the moment, Durham.
It ends up, it's kind of being that snowball effect, isn't it? Of you lose your wickets, you struggle to find a partnership, and then when you do start timing the ball, it goes everywhere where you don't want it to. It goes straight to fielders, or even when there's slight misfields, it ends up not being enough of one to scamper through for a single. As looks like Longleg's going to move round to deep backwards square for the last ball of Gray's first over. Rogers trying to cut that one away, but straight to backward point. A very tidy start from Gray. Just 2 singles from it. Durham 28 for 4 off 7.
This is the hard part now. They've lost 4 wickets. They obviously don't want to lose any more wickets, but what is a total that they can look to defend? Where will they feel that they're a chance to win this game? And you've got to be looking at really 120 as a minimum to feel that they've got a slight chance.
You probably, I guess it's the risk-reward factor. You're probably looking. There'll be an over where you kind of where whoever's out in the middle has to let loose, and no matter who the bowler is, no matter what the score is, you just have to try and get something going. Because right now, Durham are almost stuck in the mud, not able to get anything going. And yes, you risk losing more wickets, but you mentioned that there isn't enough so far. If Durham are going to keep going at 4 and over, Essex will feel pretty comfortable in knocking it off. So you're going to have to change something at some point. It's just when do you hit that? When do you switch? When do you flip that switch?
Essex are going to change something up now. Sophia Smale's going to come on, following her left arm spin. From the lovely end, eventually.
I think Jo Gardner's been, Winfield Hill is being very particular about where she wants Jo Gardner out at deep extra cover.
It's about 5 minutes in between overs. Just about ready for some action. See Smale standing in front of the umpire. Probably totally obstructed by Amy Clark there. Interesting starting position for a spinner. Don't often see that. But she lines herself up right in front of the umpire.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Armitage pulls away there at the last moment. I'd have run off celebrating if that was me bowling. Hand in the air.
That's
Shearer
mine.
style. This is knocked nicely.
2.
Softly out into the leg side by Holly Armitage, and Mia Rogers touches and comes back immediately for a second run. Really good batting. And that is one way that they can get this scoreboard moving without taking risks, is to run really well between the wickets.
Yeah, it's McGregor out there in a deep at mid-wicket and also down to long on. If you can time it gently enough, you can pick up 2s.
Advancing this time, Armitage. Defending. Lauren Winfield Hill very active here, as you would expect, against lots of her former teammates and a former coach. This is tossed up and driven straight back to the bowler. Just the 2 off the over so far. This one's short and it's pulled away down towards long on, and it'll just be the single. As Penner does the fielding. It's a good start this from Smale.
Yes, so both Gray and Smale have backed up the opening. They've backed up the opening bowlers really well in these first 2 after the power play.
Backswing cuts. Rogers, but can't beat one of the 3 fielders that are from point around to backward point. And that ends over number 8. Durham reeling 30 for 4.
Looks like it's going to be another change for Captain Scrivens. Apta Maksood. Looks like she's going to be given the ball and asked to bowl from the Finkel end. Good to see so many people in for the first game of this double-header. Obviously, the men getting things underway around 6:30 tonight against Yorkshire, looking to do the double over their closest rivals. But right now, Durham women have got the task of trying to dig themselves out of this hole that Essex have put them in after a stunning power play. 26 for 4 from the visitors. And it is going to be Maksood into the attack. She's got Durham captain Holly Armitage on strike. Ooh, good start as well. Given a lot of flight, they're inviting Armitage to play, and in the end, very fortunate not to get even an under edge through to Winfield Hill.
Leg spin from Maksood.
Yeah, 3 fielders out on the leg side. Again, flight and Armitage unable to make any meaningful connection. Got long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Back for Armitage. uses her feet down the track. Bit of an awkward bounce there, but well collected by Penner. They'll run a single there. Armitage up to 11. Rogers 5 not out so far. Just trying to get some runs going, but it's been very tight bowling from Essex so far, and good fielding as well to back it up from the visitors. Reverse sweep, that's a nice shot. Shot of the innings so far from Rogers. No one back there on the offside. Immediately pulling out the reverse sweep, and Durham get their third boundary.
Yeah, really good option. Typical wicket keeper, but very, very calm. Good head position, and just allowed that ball to come all the way onto the bat. Nice batting from Mia Rogers.
Rogers trying to open up the offside, but Maqsood follows her and tucks her up for some room. Last ball of the 9th over. Again, flight. Rogers goes aerial. He'll run away down towards the pavilion and be the second boundary of the over. 9 from Maqsood's first, and Rogers potentially trying to push the accelerator for the hosts. 40 for 4.
Yeah, nice batting from Rogers, taking on the Scottish international leg spinner. Reverse sweep and then advancing down the pitch. Hitting that one away over the covers for 4. Just trying to build some momentum for Durham here. 40 for 4 after 9. Like I say, what target will they be thinking? I think they'll need it.
I'm with you.
I
I'm with you. I think 120 is the absolute bare bones you could try and defend.
Got more spin now from Jodie Grucock. Took a catch earlier in the day, getting rid of Maddie Villiers. It's Essex trying to get through these overs now. Before Durham know they're going to be, after this one, halfway through and just 40 runs on the board. Good thing from Durham's point of view is they haven't lost a wicket since the 4th over. So a little partnership building of 23. This is swept away by Armitage out into the deep. They're going to look for 2, and Armitage touches and goes.
Good running.
And beats the throw in. I think it's Griffith out there in the deep.
Good understanding as well from Rogers. He immediately knew that the 2 was on, or there was a possibility, and in those sort of situations you just need that clear, almost telepathic communication. Whoever's out there in the middle, she recognised it was on straight away.
Armitage advancing and hitting this one to mid-on. Slightly bigger boundaries, as we said, 5 metres all the way around. Might not seem a lot, but it does make this playing surface much bigger for the girls. Normally at 60 metres. Beautiful day here in Chesley Street. Slightly hazy now this afternoon. But it's been warm. There's a warm breeze that's been coming all day from the west. Blowing across the ground from left to right on your screens. This is cut away out into the deep, and runs just starting to flow a little bit easier for this pair. 14 apiece. Runs down,
could be
whips that
2
one
again.
To the leg side. This could be a massive run out. Yeah. See what Sophia Smale, excellent pickup. Got rid of it quickly. It was always going to be tight. The throw was good. And Grucock did the rest at the bowler's end. Umpire Amy Clark raising the finger. And just as Durham started to get a partnership going, they lose their 5th wicket. Durham now 45 for 4. As Mia Rogers goes, for 5, sorry, you're right. 45, 45 for 5. As Rogers goes run out for 14.
It looked like, from our position, it looked like 2 was on, but very good pickup, as you say, from Smale, and good throw as well. Good take from Grucock as well at her end, and Durham almost shooting themselves in the foot. First real partnership that develops, and there's a wicket there. Did look as if Armitage wasn't entirely sure if there was 2 there.
But that's got to be...
It's got to be her
Rogers' call. Yeah, to touch and go and come back. I'm just not sure that was the right time to be risking something as risky as that for the sake of 1 run. It's cost Mia Rogers a wicket. 14 from 16 and run out by Sophia Smale. Catherine Fraser, the new batter to the crease. She'll be on strike now as Armitage punches that one away through the covers for another single. And off the mark immediately with a nice shot through the covers. It's Catherine Fraser. And that ends over number 10 at the halfway stage. Durham 47 for 5. And in a world of trouble. Lots of responsibility on the captain's shoulders now. Holly Armitage out there on 16. Going to continue with Maqsood from the Finkel end.
Still going with 3 fielders out on the leg side for Maqsood. Deep backward square, just moving a bit finer. Loopy full toss ends up being from Maqsood, but Fraser can only punch it straight to mid-off. To mention, Ash, plenty of chat going around, and why wouldn't there be from Essex?
Absolutely.
Ooh, Fraser will turn that one away. Come back for 2. It's Smale again. Very good pick up and throw, but Armitage comfortably making her ground and moving the score on for Durham.
Yeah, the really good thing about the run out, Smale obviously being left-handed, the ball went slightly to her right, and the angle that she approached that ball on was superb.
Bit of turn there for Maqsood. Fraser having to be watchful, just digging it out from underneath her. Just the 2 so far off the over. Swept by Fraser down to fielder at deep backward square, and that'll be the 50 for Durham with 1 ball left in the 11th over, but it's come at the cost of 5 wickets, and it's not exactly been how they would have drawn it up in their meetings beforehand. Maqsood into Armitage, who uses the feet. Pick up a single, she'll keep strike. 4 off the over, 51 for 5.
Yeah, tidy over again from Maqsood. Durham bring up their 50 in the 11th over. And this is where really, even though they're 5 wickets down, if they're going to get to something that they think that they can defend, they're going to have to actually start to try and put the foot down a little bit here.
Yeah, you're looking at these next two overs as really trying to put some emphasis on upping that run rate and trying to get that score up to, as we've mentioned, around that 120 mark. I think at least for the bowlers to have something to bowl at. Smale back into the attack, just 3 runs from our opening over.
Good use of the feet from Armitage. She'll pick up a single. Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. A little bit of flight. You can afford to be brave at this stage. That's where they just needed to find their roles here, Fraser and Armitage. This one's short and it's pulled away, but again can't beat the field. Every dot is more pain for Durham and equals more noise from the Essex fielders. This one's short and it's top edged, and it might land safely, and it does. Just in front of, I think it's Maddie Penner down there at long on. Armitage sweeps and sweeps well, but we'll find the sweeper out in the deep. And it will just be the single. This is good. Essex will be happy with this. Very, very quiet. Just a 3 off this over so far. Can Fraser get a boundary off the last ball? And it's short. And it's punched out to mid-off. And it will be another dot. Although that one burst straight through Winfield Hill's hands. But well backed up. Another dot. Ends over number 12. And Durham are just 54 for 5. Armitage has moved on to 18. Fraser struggling to get going. She's 5 from 10. Something really needs to change here, Rob.
Yeah, you got to, as you mentioned it, probably in that next 2 overs. That one only going for singles. You're almost reaching the point of no return here. You've got to try throwing stuff out here that can really try, because just knocking it for singles and 2s with the occasional boundary here and there is not going to win you this game. It's great. Comes back into the attack. Eva Gray from the Finkel end. Winfield Hill up to the stumps for Holly Armitage. 19 off 23. Little bit of indecision. Right call from the pair not to take a single, but if you're Grace Scrivens right now, you're feeling very happy about.
Oh, you're content with life right now.
You're very happy. Armitage, use of the feet, but again can't beat the field. Scrivens herself doing the fielding there, and I think as well, just from watching the body language and stuff, Ash, Lauren Winfield Hill has been so good behind the stumps. Obviously, lots of experience, just helping Scrivens out and making sure the fielders are in the right place. There's no indecision from Essex. They've got on top and they've stayed there. They've not allowed standards to slip. So Armitage pulls that one back past Fraser down to long on, just be a single. It's something that people might think is mundane, but just ensuring that you don't give away any slight advantage to your opposition. When you've got, talk about it all the time in elite sports, when you've got a team on the back foot, you really want to keep them there. You don't want to allow them any momentum, and that's what Essex have done really well so far. Great into Fraser. Big appeal, but not given. Will go down as a leg bye, maybe sliding down
Yeah, it looked like
from
it.
Gray.
Looked like it. Yeah, Lauren, there's a lot on this game for Lauren. So Lauren's still part of the Yorkshire setup, but on loan to Essex.
Is it just a year loan
I
for
think
her?
so, yeah. And yeah, not sure there's any love lost between Lauren and the whole Durham Tier 1 situation.
Chance of a run out.
That's magnificent running. And again, Lauren Winfield Hill miles away from the stumps when she tries to catch that ball. .58 on the board now for Durham.
Can't beat backward point. Will just be 4 off the over. 13 gone, 7 remain. 58 for 5. Essex firmly in the driving seat.
Just waiting for that moment where they flick the switch here. And they risk, even if they are bowled out for 80, if they scramble to 100 the way that they're going, I don't think that's going to be anywhere near enough anyway. So can they look here to maybe just put the foot down and try and double the score, get up to that 120 mark? Maqsood is going to come back into the attack. Slug swept away by Fraser out into the deep. Pick up a single. Apologies, Jodie Grewcock into the attack. Slow and painful this from Durham at the moment. Something needs to happen. Captain using her feet but struck on the pad. Essex busy in the field. Catherine Fraser wondering what she can do. Again, slug swept but straight to the sweeper out in the deep. It's Griffith doing the fielding out there. Been good in the field, Essex. Haven't let an opportunity go to waste. Couple of nice catches and a good run out. This one's short. It's punched into the gap and Fraser sets off and gets home. And again, you'd have to say good fielding from Essex, just keeping Durham.
There's no freebies.
Honest. Yeah, making
no
them earn every
freebies.
run. Last ball of over number 14. He's tossed up and driven down the ground. And it looks like it will just be another single and just 4 from the over. 62 for 5 Durham from 14. Armitage trying to get this innings going. She's on 24. Fraser's on 7. Little chat between the batters. What can we do? How can we move this game forward for Durham? Looks like Esme McGregor's going to come back into the attack, finish off her bowling. One of the destroyers up top.
It's your
2 for 9.
Your favourite flag's back, Ash.
There she is. Blowing beautifully. Wind a little bit more from the south now. Changed around a little bit. Probably bringing a bit more heat for the lads upstairs. Hope they're enjoying that.
Get a nice tan up there, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Might get the gazebo melted onto somebody's head.
McGregor to finish her spell. Armitage goes for the ramp. Just be a single, though. It's maybe the first sign of really trying to step on the gas, but even then it still only runs for a single.
Yeah, she was trying to get that a lot finer. Fine legs really square there. And no doubt she was trying to get that closer to the wicket keeper. But yeah, good bit of intent. Oh, we need to get those glasses, Andy Sixsmith. Those Vitality Blast glasses.
Fraser pulls across the line. Going to look for two. Armitage a little hesitant. Eventually will come back for that two.
Catherine Fraser lost her bat there. Hopefully it crossed the line before she lost it. You can see just how big those pockets are out in the ground there. That pretty comfortable too.
There's the aerial route and bounces just before fine leg from Fraser. Be a single. She moves herself into double figures.
Really good shot that. Unfortunately, picked out the fielder in the deep, and that's the way that it's gone. Pretty much all innings for Durham so far. Fraser now into double figures.
Armitage down the pitch. It's going to be wide.
Take all of them right now.
It's about the first mistake that McGregor's made all innings, really. It's been superb. Opening 3 overs, picking up those couple of wickets and looking to at least pick up one more, ideally, for her side before she's done.
Yeah, that was just the second wide of the day so far. So, like you said, really disciplined work from the Essex girls. Two for 14.
2 balls left. Can she get out of the over without any major damage? Be flicked. Armitage wants 2. And immediately sees it's running nicely to the fielder out there and will settle for 1.
That's got to be Callum Parkinson walking around.
Yeah, it is. I think it's... Is that Ollie with him?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Unmistakable, almost waddle of Callum Parkinson.
Flicked away. Again, he's going to run nicely to the fielder out there. So McGregor's work is done, and it's superb work from the seamer. 4 overs, 2 for 16 for her. Durham 69 for 5 off 15, just 5 left, but really struggling to get any sort of purchase or momentum going in this innings. It's almost too late. Or is it? Is there something on the cards in these last 5 overs?
No, a drink and some gloves and a message or two from maybe the coach and batting coach, Kyle Kurtzer. Out to the Durham girls. It's a warm day. Umpire Goff just keeping an eye on proceedings. Beautiful day here. See Lumley Castle there off. About a 2-minute walk from the ground. Well, depending on how fit you are, really.
It's not a 2-minute walk for me.
Yeah. But beautiful spot there, just across the road. Well, unless you ask somebody like Shane Watson, who thought it was haunted. Pulled away, but again, straight to mid-wicket. This is getting frustrating now for the Durham pair. Playing some really nice shots, but hitting a lot straight to the field. Little lap sweep. And a big shout for LBW from Smale, who has a good double teapot on there. I like that. Umpire Clark says there must have been some bat or some glove on that one as she gives Fraser another single. 70 now for 5. Swept nicely, but again, he could not pick the fielder out any better. All the pace taken off that one. Really clever bowling from Smale. Just feel how quiet this game's gone. The crowd willing almost something to happen from a Durham point of view. And that is bowled. Fraser gets right across the stumps and tries to sweep that out into the leg side. And Smale, you'd have to say, Rob, really deserved that wicket. She's bowled excellently today.
100%. She's mixed up. She's mixed up her line and lengths, but she hasn't strayed too far. She's always been in control. She's never allowed any batter to get on top of her. She's been able to. You saw that ball just before. She really took all the pace off and threw it out wide. You know, really not allowing the batter to predict what was coming next. And that one, a little bit flatter, a little bit fuller. Fraser stepping across the line and. You miss, I hit. Smale picks up her first, and this tough Durham innings just keeps rumbling on. 71 for 6 with just 4 overs and a ball remaining.
Yeah, 1 for 8 so far from Smale, from, like I said, nearly 3 overs complete. Phoebe Turner, the new batter, to the crease. But they have been right on the money from the first over. Just the 4 boundaries so far in this innings from Durham. Like I said, they've hit a lot of lovely shots, but straight to the fielders. It's been a frustrating afternoon so far here at the Banks Homes Riverside. This Essex taking absolute charge. 71 for 6 Durham. Last ball of over number 16. Turner drives and drives nicely, and she'll get off the mark with a single. 16 overs are in the book here in Chesley Street. 72 for 6. Really need some fireworks here. These last 24 balls almost need to go at double their value. They need at least another 48 really to post anything near competitive here this afternoon. And the way that Essex have bowled and fielded, that looks a long way off right now.
Does indeed. Eva Gray is going to come back from the Finkel end. Winfield Hill is going to stand up to the stumps. 2 overs, just 5 runs conceded off Gray so far. She's been very economical. That one's chipped by Turner. Will be a single down to Smale running round from long on.
Just took the pace off that Gray. Clever bit of bowling. Can Durham find the boundary? Desperately needed.
Full pace on from Gray. Again, dug out just to Smale for a single. It's in the air and it's going to drop just short of Maddie Penner. At almost just running in from mid-off right on the discs. Turner gets away with it and they push through for another single, but as we mentioned, singles aren't enough at this point. Armitage uses her feet without beat Penner, but Smale running around be a comfortable 2 in the end. Penner maybe just jarring her knee in the turf. There be a couple added to the scoreboard from Armitage. She's now on 30. needing to dig in for her side, which she has done, but it's just not. It's not been able to get any boundaries as of everyone, and that's a really good delivery from Gray. Mentioned in the field, Ash, there's been no freebies. No freebies with the bowling either. There's been nothing loose and wide in order to allow Durham to just flash their hands at it. It's all
super
been
disciplined.
All been really, as you say, disciplined bowling. One ball left of the 17th from Gray. She'll have one over left. That one's tucked away. Chase on for the fielder, but the ball will win it. Armitage does end the over with a boundary. She moves to 34, and Durham move on to 81 for 6 with 3 overs left.
Yeah, nicely put away that from the skipper. Much needed boundary. We talked about discipline. Just the 2 wide so far from the Essex bowlers. Armitage moves on to 34. This crowd continues to build. Huge day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Rivals Day. The girls taking on Essex, and then this evening taking on Yorkshire, the men. Got the fascinating games of cricket. This is clipped away by Turner out into the deep. Grucock back into the attack. Bowling her 3rd over. That's none for 12 so far. I think Armitage is going to have a crack here. And she sweeps. Half an appeal. Maybe a bit of bat on that one from the skipper. Moves on to 35. Durham 83 now for 6. Just 16 balls remaining. Turner uses her feet well, but gets maybe a little bit too close to the ball and drives that one straight back to Grucock. Oh, a little bit flatter and pulled away. Jodie Grucock was interested there for a moment. Turner, probably her job at the moment is to try and get Armitage back onto strike.
Yeah, you'd imagine Holly's got to try and take the most opportunities, most of these remaining balls, to try and power to some sort of score.
Oh, I like that reverse sweep option. Little top edge. We're thinking about 2. We'll just get the single. Again, just the 4 off the over. Turner again running down the wicket and driving that one straight back to Jodie Grucock. And that ends another excellent over from Essex. Durham 85 for 6, just 2 overs in the bank. What can they do here? It's going to be Eva Gray, you would think, to finish off proceedings from the Finkel end. As Durham batters just discussing what they can do.
Gray with her final over, none for 14 so far. Armitage down the track. It's got to be a...
Oh, Turner, what are you doing?
Oh,
Oh,
thought there was potentially 2 on, but good running in from Joe Gardner. Good throw in. Turner almost did the cardinal sin of turning without looking and communicating. Thought there was 2 on. Armitage had put a glove up to say there's only 1 there, and Turner just about makes her ground. That one's going to be leg by. Is indeed. Beats Winfield Hill. Brings Armitage back on strike. But again, it's just singles at this. It's just singles. They're not really... It's no damage done from Essex's point of view. Carved away through the covers, but Griffith is out there. Will again just be one. And even then, Ash, that's the first real, maybe you could argue, looser delivery that Gray's bowled, and it's straight up to a sweeper.
Yeah, it is to a field out there. They've got that sweeper really high, almost at an extra cover position.
Gives Gray that protection halfway through her final over. Turner takes a massive step leg side. Chase on. Going to end up being 3.
It's great running that from Holly Armitage. Be 3 buys.
Yeah, good running from the skipper. Immediately called Turner through for that 3rd, and fair play to Turner for trusting the call from her captain.
Yeah, they need Armitage on strike almost every ball at this stage.
It's gone leg side out to Gardner in the deep. Will just be 1. Last ball of Gray's spell, none for 17 so far. Can she get out the over without a boundary? She can do better than that. Turner goes for the scoop. You miss, I hit, and Gray picks up the wicket. 92 for 7 going into this final over of what has been a phenomenal bowling and fielding display from Essex in the field. As you mentioned constantly throughout the last sort of 6-7 overs, Durham had to do something to try and get more runs on the board. Turner going for that scoop, unable to make contact. She goes for 5, and the last over is going to come down from the Lumley end. The positive, Ash, for Durham is that it will be the skipper on strike.
Absolutely. Holly Armitage needs to really face all 6 of these deliveries as Grace Thompson joins the captain out in the middle. Durham almost look a little bit confused as to how they really have approached this innings. 92 for 7 on the board. Interesting that they're going to go with Smale to finish off. She's bowled brilliantly today.
I like that call.
She's been superb. She has 1 for 9 from 3 overs. Got good options there. Grace Scrivens. An attempted reverse sweep. Can't get that away. Just looking at boundary options here for Armitage. We've got a big gap at cow corner, but the biggest gap is straight back over Smale's head. She hits it right there. Beautiful batting that from Holly Armitage. Almost made me sound like I know what I'm talking about a little bit there just for a moment. I'm sure you'll all realise very quickly that that isn't the case. But that is, I'm just having a look at the field. There's a big gap just there. And I understand why she tried to play the reverse sweep first ball, because there's no fielders. There's 3 fielders right in the ring around the point region. But that was good batting from Armitage. Oh, and she gets a bottom edge. Finds another big back. Will she come back? No, she's not going to risk it, and rightly so. Thompson is nearly run out. In the right reasons, trying to get a captain back on strike, Grace Thompson. 97 now on the board. Durham look like they're just going to be happy to break the 100 mark at the moment. Wonder what the instructions were from the skipper there to Grace Thompson as she's about to face her first ball. Is it just to get me back on strike, or is it you go? I'm going to back you. We're about to find out. 3 deliveries remaining in the innings. She pushes out into the covers and does get a skipper back on strike, and I think that's the best option for Durham. Probably to the point where if Armitage hits it to a fielder, I wouldn't run. I would let her face the last 2 balls. You might see even Thompson sacrifice her wicket here to get the skipper back on strike. She hits that down to long on. Will Thompson turn and come back? She's probably hit it even too well for that. They're going to try, and I love that. I love that from Grace Thompson. That's team play at its finest to get the captain back on strike. She sacrificed her wicket, but Essex again excellent in the field. Pick up another wicket, and Fee Turner will come out of the wicket to run for the last ball of the innings. Durham 99 now for 8. Maddie Penner doing the fielding out there in the deep. Last ball of the innings. And that's swept away by Armitage out into the deep. It struck well. Turner touches and comes back and runs really well to get back for 2. That brings up the 100 for Durham. However, it's off the last ball of the innings, and Durham end the innings on 101 for 8. Where do we start with this innings? Well, you can start, I think, with the 2 opening bowlers from Essex in McGregor and Kopak, who were absolutely superb, picking up wickets in the first over, the third over, 2 wickets in the fourth over, and from there Durham have never really recovered. The highlight, I guess, of the innings is 47 not out for the skipper, but she got very, very little support as Bates went for 2, Dobson for 4, Villiers for 4, Heath then went for 4, and at that point we were wondering where this innings for Durham was all going. A little partnership between Rogers and Armitage ended when Rogers was run out, coming back for a very, very tight second. Catherine Fraser tried her best to support the skipper. She scored 12 from 20 balls. But apart from, like I say, the shining light of 47 not out from Holly Armitage, Durham end their 20 overs on a disappointing 101 for 8. They scored just the 6 boundaries in their total innings. And what was brilliant from an Essex point of view is they conceded just the 2 wides. Never dropped a catch, picked up a couple of run-outs, and almost, as a coach, probably ticked every box that you're looking for. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Daffy News studio and hand you over to Andy, who can chat things over with Rob Rush.
Thanks very much, Ash. You just asked the question, what can we say about that? I think you've just summed that up absolutely blooming perfectly, to be honest. Gives us a right easy job in the Daffy News studios half-time as Ash disappears off for an ice lolly, slaps some sunscreen on maybe. I don't know what Ash Thorpe does in the interval. Put some spray on too. He's doing it all in the corner right there. But anyway, if you are just joining us, Durham put into bat and, shall we say the word, limped to the total of 101 for 8, setting a target of 102 for Essex to win this one in the T20 Blast. Really, really difficult innings for Durham, of course. Holly Armitage pretty much accounting for half of Durham's runs there, most certainly. And Essex will have 102 to chase down for a T20 Blast win right here on Durham Live. And I'm delighted to welcome into the Daffy News studio, making his Durham Live debut this season, Rob Rush. You all right?
I'm good, mate. Thank you for having me back. I know you call all the
I
shots.
I had nothing to do with it. I told them not to invite me.
You call all the shots around here, so I've got to have done something right if I'm back here.
Mate, I wish I called the shots. I put an extra 0 on my pay packet by the end of the season. I can guarantee that. Listen, I think the best question is to ask, what is your reaction to that talk? Because let's be honest, at 17 for 4, if someone had said 101 for 8, we probably would have snapped the hand off.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Essex did really well opening up in the bowling. McGregor and Kopak, not really allowing any freebies, as kind of then developed throughout the entire innings, really. You mentioned there 17 for 4. I think Powerplay was 26 for 4, so really not allowing Durham to get any sort of momentum going at all. 101, me and Ash were talking about 120. You'll be happy that you're making Essex chase into 3 figures, but ultimately, as we always say in cricket, you can't really judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it, but right now, Essex are heavy favourites to go win this game.
It's the age-old question, but was that down to Durham's batting, or was it down to Essex fielding and bowling?
I think it's both. I think.
I knew you'd sit on the fence straight away. I knew it.
Genuinely, though, it is a case of both. Essex were really tight in the field.
Yeah.
They didn't allow any, misfields or runs for twos. Everything was really good out on the boundary edge. Really good. They took their chances. You'll hear coaches talk about it all the time, that when you create chances, you need to take them straight away. You can't allow second opportunities, third opportunities for batters. They didn't do that for Durham. There was that in that power play. You probably maybe are looking at some confused thinking from Durham. Especially when you lose Dobson and Bates early on, Villiers as well. You are kind of looking for the end of that power play. You need to kind of reset. You need to rebuild. Yeah. And Durham also almost took the kind of, well, we're going to double down and we're going to go even harder. That's great if you can put it off, but it didn't, and that kind of then backfired on Therese Innings. You mentioned there, Holly Armitage did brilliantly to kind of steady the ship, and without her, Durham are probably looking at only defending 70 odd. So it's very good that she was able to stay there, and she had like mini partnerships with Mia Rogers and Phoebe Turner, but just doesn't look enough so far.
I have to say, Ash Thorpe continually surprises me in various different ways. Sometimes positively, sometimes today it's positive. One came up with just now. They might have heard before he threw to us here in the Deaf News studio. 6 boundaries. 6 boundaries across 20 overs. Danny Hazel will be looking at that and going, that ain't good enough, guys, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're looking at teams getting away double that, and sometimes only the power. So it's something you can look at that as a negative for Durham, which they didn't score a lot, but also they can take the positive from it is that, well, look, maybe this pitch, there is a lot more in it that Essex have evidently shown that there is. It's now up to Durham's bowlers to try and get that out of the surface. But, again, credit has to go to Essex's bowlers. They mixed up the line and length. They took pace off. They didn't allow, as I said, any freebies really, and that's allowed them to kind of be in the driving seat pretty much from ball one of this game.
Yeah, and the fact is, like we've mentioned, when you are 26 for 4, and all of a sudden you've lost the likes of Maddie Villiers, you've lost the likes of Bess Heath in there, Leah Dobson as well, and Catherine Bates too. Susie Bates rather, you're going to be looking at that and thinking, this is going to be an uphill struggle regardless of what happens.
Absolutely. Those early wickets mean, as we spoke about in the commentary box, you can't then put your foot down on the accelerator. You have to in order to rebuild. And in 20 overs, if you have to spend 3-4 overs rebuilding, that's a quarter of your innings gone, as is the nature of the game. So, I think Durham will obviously be very disappointed by what they've put on the board, but they need to immediately flip and look at the positives and going, look, if Essex can do this and so can we. Durham should not be afraid of the bowling lineup they've got, that they shouldn't feel like they can't do something similar. They know they have the ability to do so. It's just, you can't allow someone like Grace Scrivens or Lauren Winfield-Hill. You can't allow those opening batters a second life. If you have a chance to get those two out, and Joe Gardner and everyone else is going to come at the top of the order, you need to take it. You need to do what Essex did to you. You need to stifle the run rate. Make sure you're tight in the field, no misfields. The other thing that Ash mentioned, very disciplined in terms of extras. Not a lot of wides, no balls. You can't allow at any point in the game any freebies with that, but especially when you've only got 101 on the board, you can't allow any extras.
Absolutely. Look, impressive stuff from Essex. We have to say that even if they are our rivals, on Rivals Day, they are now, anyway, considering it is Rivals Day. Self-appointed rivals that me and Ash came up with pre-match, most certainly. Look, Rob, I think we need to kind of move away from the negatives for Durham and look at one of the positives. And the positive was Holly Armitage, 47 not out. She's shone with the bat at times this season. Arguably, given the circumstances, that's her best innings so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Obviously, in times like this, you are looking to your captain to step up. The girls need someone that they can follow, and when times get tough, as it is, or as it was out there, who's going to stand up, who's going to make themselves accounted for. Sometimes it's been Susie Bates this year, sometimes it's been Maddie Villiers with her high score of 85, but it also says a lot when your captain's able to do that, and it makes it a bit easier on that entire dressing room. So no doubt she'll be going into the second innings with full of confidence, but she'll also have the task of making sure that the girls don't dwell on what's just gone on that opening 20 overs. It has to be that mind, and you have to flip your mind. You've got to flip that switch and going, right, you need to forget about all that. What's in the past is in the past. We need to turn it over, new innings. We need to really get off to a good start here. If they can go bang bang in the power play and get 2-3 early wickets, then they're right back in this game. So that has to be the positive. But yeah, Holly really worked the field. Good understanding later on at the end there with her partners, making sure that she was able to control the strike. Did have to did have to press the gamble button a bit, but it came off, and you need that little bit of luck at times, especially when the rest of the innings hasn't gone your way. So definitely a good innings from her, and it allowed Durham to get to something to defend, rather than, if we're looking here at 70 or 80, we're kind of looking at nothing really. So it's a very good innings from her.
Absolutely, and bless you to Ross, our camera operator. I don't know if you heard that on the microphone, but he's having a poor sneezing fit behind the camera. Hay fever.
Unprofessional. Unprofessional.
Awful, isn't it? Awful. Anyone would... I mean, Rob, you can tell this is your first time in the Durham Live studio if you're going around claiming unprofessionalism going on the Durham Live studio. We've had Ash Thorpe in the Durham Live studio all the way through the season, and hay fever's bad, so we'll let the lad off. Ross, feel better in the next 5 minutes while we're still on air, fella, but do it quietly next time, will you? Robin, seriously speaking, talking about Holly Armitage, what's kind of key behind that innings? What's the big factor behind that innings for her today?
I think the most important thing is you spent time out in the middle. You know, we saw with Susie Bates, Leah Dobson, they were in and then they were out. They didn't get any chance to really assess the pitch, assess the conditions. And also, we speak about losing the wickets, but that's kind of what also losing that wicket enables you to do. You when you're forced to rebuild, you have to take that step back. You have to have a look and assess the conditions. And the longer you are out there, sometimes the easier it gets. We saw with Holly at the end there. She was seeing it pretty well. She knew where the field was. She knew how to manipulate it and get those ones into twos and try and get those runs flowing. So having that time out in the middle, while not in the most ideal scenario, just being able to see what sort of variations Essex were going to, were they going to cutters, were they going to slower balls. That's sort of, for me, something that stood out, just being out in the middle, which Durham really, there wasn't a lot there of. It was kind of very quick, in and out. There was only a couple of real partnerships in there. So Holly having that time out in the middle to assess the pitch, see what it was doing, and then coming up with a plan to attack.
I can't lie, ever since I've panned Ross for sneezing, my nose has started itching.
Karma.
So, karma can be a right, can't say it. Unbelievably so. Look, Danny Hazel, what's you going to be saying to them in the sheds? We've got, 2 or 3 minutes to go until the two teams are back out on the pitch here at the Banks Homes Riverside. What is Danny's message going to be to the team as they try and defend that 101?
As I mentioned earlier, you have to let go of what's just happened before you. If you keep dwelling on that, then that will seep over into bowling, it will seep over into fielding. You're probably more likely to make mistakes, and then before you know it, the game is definitely gone. I don't think she'll hide away from the fact that this is an uphill task and that Essex will go into it as firm favourites. But this is sort of what, as you and Ash mentioned, this is a young group. They need these experiences to be able to go forward and be able to, we hear Ryan Campbell talk about a lot, problem solve. This is a problem, or maybe a less than ideal scenario that the girls need to solve now. It's right, we saw what Essex did in terms of what was the main couple of things. Really disciplined with the line and length and really good in the field. No freebies allowed. So that has to be the benchmark straight away. It's right, we can't be allowing any width to Lauren Winfield-Hill and Grace Scrivens to allow them to get off the mark really quickly. We can't be making errors in the field. We've got to be really sharp on it. You know, Essex, really good in terms of getting run-outs. Can you put pressure on Essex in order to force a mistake, a run out, and then can you really build off the back of that? So I think that's probably the two main messages Danny will be saying. And then it's just really down to, can you make sure that you're still in this game after 5 overs, 7 overs, 9 overs? Can you take this game as long as you can? Well,
I'll tell you what, Danny's words will be ringing in the Durham players' ears as they make their way onto the field to try and defend this 101 total. We'll be back with the commentators in just a second. Rob, how's it been so far alongside Ash Thorpe as the players huddle around the boundary ropes? Been all right so far?
Yeah, we've done a lot of games together, so we kind of, the yin and yang is instantly there.
I love how you're looking over your You can't see this on camera because you're seeing live action shots from the stadium, but Rob is looking over his shoulder, just checking in with Ash, and Ash is looking over and thinking, nah, not a clue what you're talking about, but
that's one for the debrief.
That'll come a lot later, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Listen, great to hear from Rob Rush there in the Daffy News studio as the Durham players congregate, huddle around the boundary. It's a tough ask, this one. They've got to defend 101 as the Essex openers come out, and this well, we're hoping will be the first home win for our Durham side in the Vitality T20 Blast this season. We're a quarter of a way through this doubleheader on Rivals Day this Friday. The men taking on the Yorkshire Vikings later, but all eyes on Durham women right now. Can they defend 101 for the win? Let's find out. Let's head straight to your commentary team. You've just heard from him, Rob Rush. He's there to look after Ashthorpe.
Yeah, you saw the live pictures there. Durham girls in a huddle there. Words fresh in the ear from the coaching staff. And a lot of work to do to get back into this game. Brilliant from Andy and Rob there. As your half-time entertainment in the Daffer News studio. With some good analysis and some really valid points there. And one that Rob picked up on right at the end there was Durham have to be right on the money from the get-go, matching, if not bettering, what Essex coughed up, which was just the 2 wides and conceded just 6 boundaries. It's going to be Grace Thompson, all the responsibility on young shoulders. Stern look on the face for a moment, and she must have heard me there. Broke into an absolute fit of laughter, but that is more the Grace Thompson that I know. She's a brilliant character. And one thing that I will know, that this situation will not faze her. She loves the big moments. She's going to bowl the Lauren Winfield Hill. She's going to start at the Finkel end. Breeze just blowing in towards the right-hander. As you can see there, the ball just tailing in a little bit. And a good bit of energy in the field there, straight away from Durham. Setting the standards early, getting round to that quickly. And releasing the ball and striking the stumps. It's a nice start from Durham. And everything will have to go their way here if they're to bring home victory. It's a really warm afternoon, humid. There's a breeze blowing across the ground from kind of mid-off to fine leg, as your pictures show. Right about where that ball goes. So there's a wide straight away. Like I say, Durham have to be near perfect here today. If you're liking what you're seeing out here, on from Rob and Andy in the break, don't be shy in hitting a like and subscribe to the stream. That'll keep you updated with everything, all the matches, all the player interviews, all the coach interviews as we go throughout this Vitality Blast season. That'll be the second wide already. You can almost feel the pressure and the weight of the world on those young shoulders here. She's a real talent, Grace Thompson. Just overcorrecting there from that one down the leg side. Nasty ball, and Winfield Hill drives that into the covers and will get off the mark. As Leah Dobson does the fielding out in the deep. 3 without loss.
Looks like Mia Rogers has got the gloves for this one.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I'm not sure if Bess is struggling with a little finger injury or something to that effect. But we'll find out. It's going to be the skipper and left-hander Grace Scrivens on strike. That's short and pulled away into the deep. Good fielding by Dobson. Keeps it to just the 1. Excellent. Throw, got rid of it quickly and powerfully. 1 bounce into Rogers behind the stumps. Be interested to see what Durham do here with their opening bowlers. Saw Essex have success with their 2 seamers. Will Durham go with a spinner perhaps as their other opening option? This one's pulled away, not timed. But Winfield Hill will pick up another comfortable single. Out to Sophia Turner in the deep. That's beautifully driven away square of the wicket, and some work for Turner to do in the deep, who does well. Does really well. Provided good energy the other day in the field as well. It's for you, Turner. One ball remaining in over number 1. Durham desperate for early wickets. It's driven away again, square of the wicket from Scrivens, who'll pick up another single. Ends the first over. Essex 8 without loss.
Just a nice composed start from the Essex batters, which in a chase of 102, there's not an awful lot of risks that need to be taken. You know, obviously if you get the bad ball, you can put the bad ball away, but as we saw what they were able to do to Durham, really just apply that squeeze. And
yeah, there's literally no scoreboard pressure, isn't there? When you're chasing less than a run a ball from the start, you've got all 10 wickets in hand.
I think you might be psychic, Ash.
No, psycho maybe. I was just wondering with Lauren Filer not being in the team, kind of which direction that they would go, and I had a feeling that it might have just been Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, we'll be Villiers from the Lumley end. Just going over some last minute plans with her skipper. Sweeper out each side for spin. Who's going to be right arm over the wicket, and immediately just played out into that offside for no run. Also got Katie Levick as well as a spin option.
They've got lots of bowling options. Sophia Turner, Phoebe Turner, and a wicket.
Just the start that Durham needed. It's Maddie Villiers tempting Grace Scrivens to come down the track. She completely missed it, and Mia Rogers does the rest. Durham get that wicket they so desperately craved. Scrivens has to go for 4. Essex lose their first.
Yeah, nice bit of work from Mia Rogers as well. Durham were desperate for that early breakthrough after what looked like a really comfortable first over. Maddie Villiers strikes. I was just about to say what Durham can control here is their energy in the field. I know
It's controlling the controllables.
Yeah, you know, your energy levels tend to drop. The shoulders can slump there. They've got off to a horrible start in the game, really, defending 100. But how hard can they make Essex work for them 100 runs is the question. And we've got one little answer there with an early wicket.
Will be Joe Gardner at number 3. Susie Bates has been sent back to long on, so got long on and deep mid wicket is the 2 out. Villiers in, slightly back of a length. It's played out to Heath in that mid wicket region. Gardner's away. Going to look for 2. And it will be 2. Delicate. From Gardner, she's going to pick up another couple. Catherine Fraser running round to do the fielding at the vacant 3rd region. Successful over from Maddie Villiers. 4 from it, and the wicket of the Essex skipper Scrivens. Essex are 12 for 1.
Yeah, desperately needed that breakthrough. Picked up by Maddie Villiers. Will be Thompson to bowl her second over. Nicely driven by Winfield Hill out into the deep. Oh, nicely bowled by Thompson, getting the outside edge. Just a little bit of encouragement there for the Durham seamer. Some noise from the field as well. 13 for 1, Essex. Advancing down and almost hitting that one back to Thompson.
Would have been a special grab.
Well, we've seen some screamers this summer already, some from the girls and some from the lads. And I think if Durham are going to win this game, then they're going to have to pull off something absolutely special. Not saying that that was a chance by any stretch of the imagination, but if we can get one of those to stick. That one's clipped into the cover, sorry, the mid-wicket. Villiers doing the fielding. Just trying to get the vibe and the energy going here, the Durham girls. Desperate for another breakthrough, but 3 dots in a row. Trying to build up any pressure that they can here. That one's full and wide and left alone. Gardner almost looking as if to say, why isn't that a wide? Miles in the guideline, to be fair. Last ball of the over. 13 on the board. It's been a good comeback over from Thompson. That's driven nicely. Armitage will do the fielding, but Essex will get through for a single. Ends over number 3, 14 for 1. A lot tidier, and that'll give Grace Thompson a little bit more confidence. Other bowling options for Durham. Sophia Turner, Phoebe Turner, Katie Levick, Catherine Fraser. The skipper can bowl. A little bit of filthy leg spin. And Susie Bates is quite handy with some off spin as well. So lots of options. And I think we'll see quite a lot of chopping and changing, as we've seen a change already. Even though Villiers took the wicket, I'm going to see Phoebe Turner into the attack. You'll hear lots of shouts of "Come on, Tina."
Starts with a wide, unfortunately. A little bit too much movement. Just got to try settling on that line and length. That one inducing Gardner into the drive, but passes through to Rogers behind the stumps. Again, another play and miss. Gardner again almost looking to the umpire, asking a polite question about why that wasn't a wide, but Turner within the tram lines. Gardner will run through for a signal it's a no ball as well. Front foot just overstepping from Turner. Free hit signalled.
Yeah, it's not good discipline so far from Durham. 3 wides and a no ball already. Essex just the 2 wides in their whole innings. What a strange shot that was.
The ever evolving game of cricket, and T20 cricket in particular, that was an extraordinary shot from Lauren Winfield Hill, and in the end classes her on the arm. She looks to go over Fraser and Heath on the offside behind square. Much more conventional shot, driven nicely into the covers. That is a brilliant diving stop from Sophia Turner out there on the deep cover boundary, having to run all the way round.
She's brilliant in the outfield. Absolutely superb athlete. I thought that was 4 for all money. Great bit of fielding out there by Turner.
Instead keeps it to just 2. Winfield Hill has got a bit of a limp on as she jogs through, and she's just signalling for the physio. Looks a bit more.
That might be a way if they all get out retired hurt. That might be a way for Durham to get back into the game.
Looks a bit more serious than just a cramp. Maybe hamstring.
She is struggling, isn't she? Real grimace on the face. The physio is being called for.
Yeah,
About to say it looks like she's holding a glute or the top of a hamstring there. As all the players, I'm sure, will take a drink on board. I'm going to try and stretch that out, and I reckon that's going to hurt. So we might see Winfield Hill just have a little bit of a slog. Yeah, as you see, a couple of the Durham girls. I think it's Grace Thompson and Maddie Villiers sitting right in camera shot just behind her. Almost photo bombing. See Emilio Gay just to wander down in front of us in his bright yellow pads. They look brand spanking. Strutting his stuff.
Potentially in line for his first T20 appearance tonight. Have to see where Ryan Campbell goes with that team selection.
There he is, the big rooster.
Just been called up to the Italy T20 squad for their World Cup qualifiers as well.
So how does that work? So he gets called up for the England Lions and Italy.
I don't know, mate. The exact same question was posed in one of my friends. He messaged me the squad and being like, "So how can Emilio play for both England Lions, but then also play for Italy?"
Yeah, I like it.
Is it potentially something Italy not being more of an associate nation rather than a?
It's got to be, hasn't it?
That's what I think allows him to keep that avenue open. Obviously, he played for Italy over the winter. I think it's on his mum's side of the family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'd be proud to represent the heritage of either way. Of either of your parents or your grandparents.
It's something I think the game needs a little bit more of. This umpire's going to have a...
Oh, let's get a stretcher. Let's call the ambulance. Let's get on with the game. But she doesn't look in very good fettle at the moment.
So a chance for both sides, particularly Durham, to reset. You can see there on your screen Susie Bates. Plenty of experience, having a word with skipper Holly Armitage about plans. Well,
she's going to continue. Winfield Hill.
Like you say, Ash, I think this might be a... What's the old saying here? For a good time, not a long time?
Yes, swing from the hips.
For Lauren Winfield Hill. So we talked about Susie Bates' influence already, Ash, but for Holly to have someone like Susie to lean on in first season of captaining Durham, all that international experience, it's one of those ones that's got to put your mind a bit more at ease and just have it. You have that leadership there alongside you just from the amount of international cricket she's played.
It's huge. I hope she keeps coming back and back as well. I hope she's part of the club for a long time to come.
Gardner trying to pull that one away. Will end the over 20 for 1. Essex requiring further 82 to win.
Yeah,
would you continue with Thompson here?
No. I think Durham will. I think they're just hoping for any swing that there might be with the ball. Grace naturally gets a bit of shape away from the right-hander. They are going to stick with the youngster. I thought they might have just had a look at a different option. It's driven and straight through the legs of Holly Armitage. I tell you, Leah Dobson's done really well to anticipate that and then allows it through her legs, and that's really, really poor cricket from Durham. It's not a bad ball. What should have been a dot has gone for 4.
Fine margins.
This is pulled away and just over the head of Maddie Villiers and will run away for another 4. They say beware the wounded soldier. Winfield Hill is on the charge. Back-to-back boundaries. 28 now for 1. And any nerves that the Essex girls were feeling in the dugout have probably just been well and truly put to bed. This one's driven, it's in the air, and again will just clear Susie Bates. So a little bit of luck from Winfield Hill, but she's now, I think, decided that she's going to make the most of this power play. She's going to struggle to run in the middle of the innings. So she's going to get as many as she can, as quickly as she can. She tries, but this time it won't beat Bates. This is hit away into the deep on the leg side. And Turner does really well to get around and cut that off. It's driven away, but this time Armitage gets the old long barrier out, making sure that that one doesn't get through. And that ends a very, very good over for Essex. 32 for 1 on the board after 5.
We go back to Maddie Villiers for the final over of the power play, which Essex have dominated in both innings. They had Durham 26 for 4 at the end of their power play, and they're looking pretty good at 32 for 1 so far. See if they can make the most of this final spell with just the 2 fielders out. Gardner goes aerial. It looks like she's going to make the most of it as well. Boundary off the first ball. That is how you respond, though. Gardner going for the slog sweep, and Maddie Villiers picks up her second. Essex looking to get this game moving and get this run chase over and done with. Maddie Villiers says, not on my watch. Gardner has to go for 10 off 15. Villiers has both of the wickets.
Yeah, much needed breakthrough. Gardner goes for 10. Ball by Maddie Villiers. Really looking to attack and just trying to push this game away from Durham. But losing their second wicket. Maddie Penner's going to be the new batter coming to the crease to join Winfield Hill. But much needed wicket for Durham.
Four balls left of this power play. How Durham would love another Essex wicket to fall. Penner, the new batter on strike. He's going to get off the mark straight away with a push down to Bates at long on.
Can they get Essex 3 down in the power play as well?
That one skids on. Winfield Hill can only drag it along the carpet to Armitage at mid-wicket.
Oh, is it going to be wides?
I think
He buys.
that's missed everything. It's a long, long chase. Catherine Fraser does pretty well to make it up, and Winfield Hill is still struggling with that injury. It is given as buys. Going for the reverse sweep. Last ball of the power play. Villiers ends it with a dot. So Essex 40 for 2 after 6. Looking in very good position to pick up their third victory of the campaign. But Durham will fight until the end. But as is crucial in all formats of the game, but especially T20 cricket, and when you don't have many runs to defend with Ash, wickets are vital.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that in mind, they're going to bring on their strike bowler, Katie Levick. Leg spinner. Crowd building up nicely now over towards the Don Robson Pavilion. This wicket, one of the central on the square, pitch 11. A couple over from the international pitch. That was used for quite a few games and played beautifully. A couple of record scores on that pitch for Durham. Not so today. Or maybe a record, but in the negative sense of it all. Just 101 on the board. Essex cruising at the moment on 40 for 2. And this is full toss and hit over mid-wicket and will go away for 4. Not the start that Katie Levick wanted, but there is a lot of pressure on her shoulders right now. Winfield Hill again. Slog sweeps this one out to Cal corner, but Grace Thompson does well to get around. Probably 2 on offering normally if Winfield Hill was 100% fit, but she just settles for the single. Armitage just looking at different ways she can try and apply some pressure. That's nice from Levick. It's hit back at her hard and she does well. This one's short and punched away off the back foot out into the deep. Leah Dobson out there doing the fielding. Just another single. 46 now for 2. I was going to say a quick single, but that's probably not the way to describe that from Winfield Hill as she hobbles through for a single. That's nicely bowled. Really good areas that from Katie Levick. Ends her first over. It's gone for 7. 47 for 2. Essex after 7. Winfield Hill aggressive. 24. Maddie Penner just taking her time to settle in on 2. But you just get that flat feeling out there at the moment. Almost consigned to defeat. As they are going to keep ringing the changes. The skipper is going to bring Sophia Turner into the attack.
Yeah, I was searching for some magic. Holly Armitage. Saw Susie Bates going through some stretches during that last over, maybe turning to the Kiwi for some off spin, but will be Sophia Turner first and foremost. Can Durham have a magic over where they pick up a couple of wickets and don't really concede any runs? Can they apply that sort of pressure in the wickets column? Winfield Hill on strike. It's going to be turned away. It's going to be 4. Not the start the Sophia Turner would want. Luke didn't quite get it to drop down enough, and a player like Winfield Hill is not going to miss out on those. 50 up for Essex at the start of the 8th over, and they are halfway to their target. Turner back on the money.
Sophia Turner will look to change her pace. Try and ball stump to stump.
That one trying to hide outside the off stump, but Winfield Hill able to bring the sweep out and tuck it on the leg side. Rogers up to the stumps. Penner trying to work that away to the sweeper at mid-wicket, but Turner able to cramp her up for some room. That one will be a single out to Dobson at deep mid-wicket. That's high. It's taken as well. Really good catch out in the deep. Lauren Winfield Hill struggling with injury, trying to go the aerial route. Sophia Turner picks up a wicket off the last ball of her over. Really good diving catch out in the deep. And Durham pick up their third.
Brilliant catch from Maddie Villiers, running and diving. Good athlete. We mentioned in the pre-show, myself and Andy, around her being a triple threat with bat, ball in the field. It hasn't worked with the bat today, but definitely ball in hand. Picked up a couple of wickets and then taking a really smart catch in the deep.
So it's not easy as well, dying on her as well at the last minute.
That's good cricket. She judged it nicely. Technique perfect. Using her forearms to absorb all the force. Sometimes when the ball gets in your hands and you hit your elbows off the ground and your hands just automatically open. Seen that a number of times. It's going to be Cordelia Griffith is the new batter to the crease. She's going to join Maddie Penner out there. 53 for 3. And after a poor first ball of the over from Turner, she's bounced back to pick up a wicket at the end.
A change of ends for Maddie as well now.
Yeah, she's in the game. Maddie Villiers, the little diva. And is that, oh, it lands just short of Susie Bates at mid-off. Nearly a double breakthrough there for Durham. Good aggressive line, that just outside the off stump. Tempting Maddie Penner into a big shot. Nearly getting a back-to-back wicket. A little bit of turn there from Maddie Villiers. That one strikes Griffith on the thigh pad even first ball. And a play and a miss. Good from Villiers. First time you feel that there's a little bit of pressure on the Essex batters. And that's hit in the air. And Bess Heath Does her best to get round to that one, but does well to keep it to 1. Very aggressive from Essex, taking on Villiers, who's right up to the challenge so far. Really good from Maddie Villiers. Armitage just coming in for a chat. How can they build even more pressure? And they're thinking that that pressure is to not concede a boundary. So they're going to drop Susie Bates back at mid-off and bring Leah Dobson into the circle and the covers. Just going to square everybody off. Reverse sweep is on the cards if Maddie Penner decides it. But that one's punched down the ground with pace and well fielded by the non-striker, Cordelia Griffith. And that's another dot. Just a couple off the over from Maddie Villiers. She has 2 for 11. Essex 55 for 3 after 9.
Be a change of ends for Katie Levick. She's going to bowl at the Lumley end. Lovely day up in the northeast. Crowd starting to pick up nicely as this game draws to a conclusion, and ahead of Durham men taking on Yorkshire later on, that game getting underway around 6:30. But Katie Levick signing up Griffith here, so nearly striking straight away. You mentioned Holly Armitage wanting to dry up the boundaries like Essex did to Durham. With the bat, that's a nice bit of timing from Griffith. Pick up a couple. As Turner does the chase. Down to vacant third. That's high. Mia Rogers just out of reach. She immediately took off from behind the stumps and the ball just held up in the air, but not long enough. Batter's run through for a single. Big opportunity. And that one's pushed out into the covers. Out to Thompson in the deep.
How have the two fielders at cover? That was like 5 metres away, not caught that ball.
Ooh, lovely. Lovely ball from Levitt, getting that turn. Trying to rip one through the defence of Griffith. Just turns away at the last second and evades the outside edge. Just the 4 off the over, no boundaries so far as Captain Armitage reinforces the offside for the final ball. And what should have been a dot is going to run for 4.
I really feel for Katie Levitt there. She should have had a wicket. And then that one has run away for 4. And Durham again have let themselves down in the field today. In a couple of occasions, they've let cheap boundaries away. And there, no doubt, they've just let a wicket slip by as well. And when you're defending 101, you're not going to get away with those opportunities. And Essex will cash in. And that's what often happens there. Griffith got that chance and then has luckily got a boundary away. And the bowler will think that the world's against her. Katie Levick. Unlucky. Absolute coach killing moments. Villiers with a smile on her face. .63 for 3, Essex at the halfway point. And that one's pulled away around the corner. And that again is incredible fielding in the deep. Absolutely incredible fielding to prevent that one going away for 4. It's Sophia Turner again down there. Big appeal from Villiers. But maybe a bit too much turn, a bit too much bounce. And that one, umpire Goff shaking his head. Former Durham player Michael Goff. Very, very good opening batsman. Penner picks up another single. So good, in fact, I would say probably could have gone on to have an England career, but just fell out of love with the game. And after a couple of years away, decided that he was going to get back into the game via the umpiring route, and has never looked back. One of the world's best. That's nicely cut away, and we'll find the gap. That point. And Dobson does the fielding, and Griffith will pick up a couple. Runs just starting to flow again now for Essex after a couple of wickets.
Shot.
Down the pitch and driven over cover, not perfectly timed. Will be a real test for the outfield. That's excellent fielding out in the deep.
Catherine Fraser.
Yeah, Fraser just redeeming herself a little bit there. She was the one who let the one go through for 4 in the last over. She saves a run. Another good over for Essex, 71 for 3 now. Just 31 away from victory.
Will be Levick to continue. That's Villiers done for the day. 4 overs, 2 for 19, and a fantastic grab so far for her. Levick should have picked up a wicket last over with that ball that looped up in the air, and I wonder if Mia Rogers called for it herself, which is why the fielders at cover stayed out the way. Levick in, and that's pulled around the corner, but does not beat Bess Heath on the 45. Given LBW, Katie Levick's in the game. Should have had a wicket last over, picks up one this time, and Durham looking to apply some pressure onto Essex. Levick has her first.
Yeah, well deserved. A little bit too full that one to pull that for me from Griffith. Striking her right in front. Levick picks up a wicket. Durham pick up their 4th. As Griffith goes for 13 LBW to Levick, 71 for 4. Essex still requiring 31 for victory. But Jodie Grucock is the new batter to the crease.
Phoebe Turner just having some running repairs. Grace Thompson as well.
Yeah. Sophia will be a human bruise the amount of time she's run around and dived around the outfield. Showed some superb athleticism out there in the deep. We need to get a shot of Vic and his hat down there. It's a beautiful straw hat. So he's about to sit on his deck chair out in the deep.
Wonder if he owns that specific, like, square of grass out there. Like, the rest of the ground is owned by the club, but that specific square is Vic's.
Why not? Another left-hander. Jodie Grucock.
It has looked at times a bit difficult to start on this pitch, especially against leg spin as well. Levick trying to pick up 2 in and over. Been really good so far from the leg spinner. 1 ball left in the 12th over. Essex requiring a further 31.
Looking for a wicket maiden here.
Won't be the wicket maiden. It will just be 1 off the over. 72 for 4. Essex require 30 more.
Where does Armitage turn now? Maddie Villiers has bowled out 2 for 19. Levick's look pretty good as well. Has 1 for 16 from 3. Will they try? They've got other spin options in Bates and in Fraser. I think they're going to go for Sophia Turner. Who rushes in from the deep. Gives a cap to umpire Michael Goff.
Again, Holly Armitage just having a chat with Susie Bates.
Yeah, just hanging in there, Durham. Just trying to set the right field to keep building that little bit of pressure that is still there. You'd have to say with 6 wickets in hand and just needing 30 from 48 balls. That Essex are right in the driving seat, but it's see some funny things in the game of cricket. Oh, and that's squeezed between the 2 fielders behind point. Off a thick outside edge from Grucock.
Oh,
And Levick does well.
brilliant fielding.
It goes away for 3. It did look at one stage that was going to run away for 4. They're the kind of things that will keep the coach happy in these moments. Those little 1%ers. Trying to hang in the game here, Durham. It's a slow ball. It's driven into the covers. And a little wrestle there from Fraser. Had a mixed day in the field so far. Backs away and gives herself some room. Does Penner and drives it nicely back over. Turner's head, but good fielding again from Maddie Villiers in the deep. Slow ball slapped away off the back foot. Will just be a single out to Grace Thompson. Maddie Penner, all the experience, the overseas player. Backs away and drives. Initially says yes. And Fraser is well backed up by Susie Bates. Kind of chat between captain and bowler. Susie Bates trying to get rid of the ball. I think she went to throw it about 5 times. And this time she will take on Fraser and get the single. Tough to field there on those wicket ends. It's a tidy over that from Turner. Unlucky to go for 3 off the first ball. Essex 78 for 4. Requiring just 24 for victory from 42 deliveries. Staying in the fight, Durham. But Essex well and truly in control of this match.
Absolutely. Levick is going to bowl her final over from the Lumley end. Got the wicket last over of Griffith LBW. Deserved another one the over before. One that spooned up into the air but evaded Mia Rogers. Again, another lengthy chat with skipper Armitage. Well fielded in the follow through by the leg spinner. Very well bowled. Penna trying to take a step away and free up the leg side, and Levick followed her. Two dots to start. 2 becomes 3. How Durham would love another wicket. Good pressure being mounted though this over. Great fielding. Sophia Turner on the edge of the discs. Last ball of the over. Can she come away with a maiden, Katie Levick? She can. So crucial at this point. She can't pick up wickets. Can you minimise the runs? And Levick has done that to perfection. She's now bowled out 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16 as Ashthorpe returns to the commentary box.
What do you mean I never left? Just leave you with your dulcet tones running the show, mate. All good. Brilliant that from Levick, wasn't it? Great over. 78 for 4. Essex under no real pressure. But from 24 from 36 to 24 from 30, so Little M with spin doing so nicely. Going to see Catherine Fraser into the attack. She's going to have a go from the Finkel end. She's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Grewcock. Oh, and flights that beautifully. Beats the outside edge. Durham just starting to ask a couple of questions here to Essex. It's a bit flatter and cut away nicely by Grewcock. Should pick up a single. Armitage making sure she's got her charges exactly where she wants them. Penna tucks this away into the leg side and will pick up a single. Again, nice flight from Fraser. Good shape on the ball. Getting the outside edge of Grucock. And that's pulled and it's in the gap. It looked like it could have been a chance. Half chance of a run out from Susie Bates as well. Durham, you would have to say, just putting a little bit of pressure here on the Essex batters.
Absolutely. Levick being followed up quite nicely by Catherine Fraser here. You just love to come out of this over with a wicket.
And not far away.
I tried.
He did well. I'd say that was a lovely over that from Catherine Fraser. Fortunately for Durham, Essex pick up a couple there.
19 off 5. Penna 13 off 27. Grucock 7 off 10. I think Holly Armitage is probably going to go spin to the end.
Yeah, I wonder if she brings herself on.
It's not going to be heard just yet.
Susie Bates.
Don't think we'll be needing those just yet.
No.
Maybe a little bit later if the men's game runs a bit
Needing
longer.
those.
Oh, absolutely.
The old bucket hat and sunnies.
I need
What a combo.
I need that bucket hat. I need it.
I've got one at home somewhere, but you're not having it.
Ah. I thought we looked after each other here at
No,
Durham
no,
Live.
no. Absolutely all about me.
What would you say if Andy asked for it? Would you give it to Andy?
No. It's all about me. It does help that my son runs the club shop. If I'm honest.
Susie Bates around the wicket. Grucock plays her out into the offside for a single.
Do you know what? I've never managed to get a freebie out of him yet either. I'm not happy. He must be far too scared of his bosses to... mate, surely you do the stock checks. Than that. Fair play to him. He's probably a little bit more honest than his old man. What can Durham do? Definitely need another wicket here very, very quickly. Oh, that doesn't help.
Carved away through point. Grace Thompson gives chase. Does brilliantly. Along with Catherine Fraser. Saves valuable runs for Durham. It is just one of them.
Got a little assist off the wicket end as well. I'm not sure if you saw the big puff of dust as that one went across. But I tell you what, you can't fault the commitment in the field from Durham. Their execution might not have been where they wanted it to be, but their commitment, the amount of times they've saved boundaries has been superb.
That one slightly back of a length and pulled into the leg side. Will be a couple. Essex just ticking the runs off, down to 13 now for the visitors. Aerial just short of Thompson. It will just be one. Essex move 12 away. 7 so far off the over without having to take many risks. trying to stop in the follow through, but Penner places it nicely down to long on. Another single.
Come on, Susie B.
Helped on its way. Just be another single.
Good from Thompson there. I thought I was going to go away for 4. She's kept it to 1. Handy over, though, for Essex.
9 coming from it, and they're down to just 10 to win.
10 from 24 now. Fraser going to continue. I'd have risked that with Armitage. The leg spin. Bit of randomness. Be Fraser to continue. This is swept away and swept hard out into the deep. Just be the single. 9 now required. Tossed up and hit hard, hit down the ground. And it'll be 1 bounce and 4. Lovely strike that by Penner. Just 5 away. Tucks this round the corner. She'll get an easy one. Will they look for 2? Bess Heath does well. Andy and the crew getting ready in the Duffer News studio for the post-match wrap-up. As this one's swept away, and excellent effort. Diving away to her left. Phoebe Turner unable to cling on. As you can tell by the groans in the crowd. Pick up another single. Just 4 now required to win. Make that 3. After that ball. Penner on strike, being cool and calm throughout the chase. She's 22, not out. Grucock, her partner at the other end. This one strikes Penner on the thigh pad. 1 ball remaining in the over, but still 19 remaining in the game. 3 from 19 are the magic numbers. Penner punches off the back foot. She'll get at least 1. And Grucock settles at the non-strikers then. She'll just allow the single. 100 on the board for Essex. Just 2 to win from 18 balls, Rob. And this is just about all she wrote.
Yeah, it is. We talked about it during Durham's innings with the bat. Just not enough runs on the board. We felt at the halfway stage, losing too many wickets, not really enough partnerships, and that's what Essex have been able to do. Durham 101 for 8, Essex 100 for just loss of 4. Penner has kind of held the innings together after Lauren Winfield Hill departed, and just 2 runs now for Essex to claim their 3rd victory of the Vitality Blast campaign. Holly Armitage just making some changes in the field. Grace Thompson brought up from the boundary. I think it's only 2 fielders now outside. Square. Sophia Turner back into the attack. 1 for 12 she has so far. And that will be that. 5 wides to end the game. Essex pick up their third victory. Just not enough runs on the board, unfortunately, from a Durham perspective. They struggled to 101 for 8 after Essex won the toss and put the hosts into bat. Holly Armitage, the only real standout performer, captain leading from the front, dragged the host to 101 for 8 from their 20 overs. The power play is where the damage was mainly done. Durham 26 for 4 at the end of that. Essex 40 for just the loss of 2 wickets of theirs. Only lost a couple more. Penner holding the innings together. Lauren Winfield-Hill batting with an injury, but able to strike some blows and get Essex on their way. And when you're only chasing a tad over 100, it's always going to be relatively straightforward. So Essex will walk away from Banks Homes Riverside with the points. I'll hand you back into the studio with Andy Sixsmith.
Thanks, Rob. We brought you into Durham Live to try and get a win on the board at home for Durham's side. Didn't work. So that's the last you'll be hearing of Rob Rush for the rest of the season. I'm only joking. He'll be back for the men's game very, very shortly indeed. Joined by Ash Thorpe in the Daffy News studio. Ash, I'm going to put this to you. Those 5 leg byes that won it and confirmed the win for Essex probably summed up the afternoon for Durham, really, didn't it?
Yeah, it was an untidy afternoon, wasn't it? And listen, when you lose 4 wickets in the power play, well, within the first 4 overs, you're really up against it. I was saying if Durham can get to 120, maybe they are a chance. I'm still not sure that's enough on this surface. Yeah. Essex, absolutely well and truly worthy winners.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about Essex being worthy winners. They are our rivals as of today. So well done to Essex, certainly. But we have to obviously take a look at Durham. They're going to be frustrated once again because, like it or not, we still haven't won at home here at the Banks Homes Riverside this season. And I think what's going to stick a little bit more with them today is they never really looked like they were going to win that game.
Yeah, after 2 really solid batting performances, that was poor today from us. Like you say, you lose 4 wickets early. It's when do you push the button to go? They never really found the right time. Holly was the shining light with 47 not out and really didn't get any support. Yeah. I think 6 boundaries summed it up, and in fact the way that the game was summed up was by that last ball going for 5 wides.
And I suppose it doesn't really give much for the bowlers to defend, I suppose, with the batting display. But Katie Levick, probably the standout in terms of the ball.
Yeah, Katie and Maddie, I thought were excellent. Maddie, again, with that catch, you know, they do some brilliant things, but then they do some poor things as well. And there was a couple of misfields that cost them 4. You know, there's 8 runs. There was a few wides to start with and a no ball. And you know, when you're only defending 100... That's not going to cut it.
You're going to be speaking to Danny in the next few minutes.
I can't wait.
What sort of thing are you going to ask her? I mean, obviously, you know, we're going to mention the home record, I imagine, but she's going to be just so frustrated after that.
Yeah, she's sick of the sight of me.
We're honestly, not, mate. You can be up here anytime
thanks,
you like.
Mate. I appreciate it. But yeah, bless her. I mean, we joke about it when we bump into each other. I'm really good mates with her husband, and I feel for her. Yeah. I feel for the girls. I feel for the crowd that's come in. They want to get behind them, and they're just not putting in professional performances at the moment, and that's costing them. Yeah. When they do that, they're winning. Yeah. That's not often enough at the moment.
Do you think it's a sort of extra source of frustration, the fact that they look like they were starting to put it together against Somerset, and then to come back home, they haven't really capitalised on that?
Yeah, I guess the only consistency at the moment is their inconsistency. You know, all the cliches that you want to throw out and things like that, but... it will be frustrating, you know. These girls are now playing cricket for a living, and they want to do well. Nobody goes out there with the intent to fail. Yeah. Unfortunately, maybe that pressure is now starting to weigh heavy on a few shoulders and getting to them. So it's up to them to regroup again and to go again. But that they will be really frustrated with that performance today.
Certainly. They've got to regroup. You don't have a chance to regroup.
No,
You've got to go downstairs and have a chat with Danny Hazel, because if you are just joining us, well, we're only 50% of the way through this double header today. The women couldn't quite get over the line against Essex. The big question is, are the men going to as they welcome Yorkshire Vikings. That one gets underway at 6:30. We'll be back on air at around about 6 o'clock or so tonight, right the way around the world, exclusively live on Fan Code in India as well. But Ash, we'll let you head off and have a little chat with Danny Hazel and see if you can pick the bones out of that one. Should be an interesting chat. I'm sure that will be available on all of Durham's social channels across the next day or so. But for us, we're going to go and source out some ice lollies. We're going to slap some sunscreen on as well, take advantage of the tropical conditions here in Chester Street, and gear up for Rivals Day, the culmination. Durham taking on Yorkshire. We'll be back with you in 45 minutes or so. 7 played, 4 wins, 3rd in the North Group, but stats go out of the window on days like today. Because days like today are when rivals create. Yes, hello there, wherever you're watching around the world or exclusively live on Fancode in India. Welcome to a scorching, and I mean scorching, Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street. And welcome along to Durham Live in association with Daffer News. I'm Andy Sixsmith, and it's about time these two old rivals locked horns once again. Durham welcoming the Yorkshire Vikings to Chester Street with a few old scores to be settled. This, of course, only 50% of the doubleheader. 50% has already taken place. The women couldn't quite get over the line against Essex. Now, can the men do the business against the Vikings and, not just go second in the North Group, but also secure local bragging rights for at least another season? You're in the right place to find out. The only place you can watch award-winning coverage of Durham against Yorkshire Vikings this afternoon. And hopefully we'll be celebrating a win come the end of this one. Great to have you all along, whether you're watching on social media, Twitter, Instagram, use the hashtag #ForTheNorth to get in touch with us most certainly. Or if you're on YouTube, drop us a comment or send in your questions. We will do our very, very best to answer them here in the Daffer News studio. But rather than talking about the cricket necessarily straight away, we're going to start things off a little bit differently because this one's been termed Rivals Week and Rivals Day, which has been dedicated to the wonderful work done by the Durham Foundation. And I am absolutely delighted that rather than Rob Rush and Ash Thorpe joining us in the Daffer News studio, we were sick of them. We're delighted to give a Durham Live debut to the Community Growth and Inclusion Officer, Head of Community Growth and Inclusion, Lauren Camperman. Lauren, thank you very, very much for being here. You're right.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. You sound surprised to be here.
Yes, well, this is my first time live, so
word.
It's quite a treat to be here in studio.
I love your positivity straight away. Rather than going, you know what, I'm a bit nervous about this, you're straight into it. You're delighted to be here, which is great.
Especially for the AC on a day like today.
I tell you what, Lauren, it's been an absolute joy. This is a typical Brit complaining when it hits 29 degrees outside and we have air conditioning in the studio. So you're more than welcome to be up here for the rest of the day.
I think I will. I'll kick back, put my feet up.
Don't worry. 30 seconds of listening to me, you'll want to be straight back outside again. I can tell you that for free. Listen, Lauren, tell me about your role within the Durham Foundation, because you've only been here a matter of, 3 months?
3.5 months now.
3.5,
yeah. So my role is new. Our foundation we're about a year into being an official charity, being the charity arm of the club. And my role was created to help us expand our impact programming. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at meeting community need. What are people needing? What might kind of give them an umph in their life? Whether that's some physical activity, it could be craft. Could be different versions of cricket, but we're also looking to get creative. And now that we are a year in being a charity, my role is really set to not just expand our existing programs, but help people know what we've been doing, because we've been doing some really great work for some time now, whether that's walking cricket, our arts and crafts programs that's been going on for 4 years. That's embroidery, and we're going to start a new silk painting class. We've got some really wonderful creative things. We don't just do cricket. So we're just looking to see what can help not just our town right here, Chester Street, but the whole county. What is the need? And a lot of that is people want community and they want some creative things to have fun doing. So my role here is to try to expand the already great work that we've been doing, and help others know that we're not just cricket, we do a lot, but we bring people in through their love of cricket. And it's really been beautiful for me because cricket is new to me. So I'm learning. I know a few things about cricket. I still struggle with the scoring, to be fair, so I'll be led by you listening to your commentary.
You're definitely not going to be led by me, Lauren. Listen to Rob and Ash. They're the ones who know what they're talking about more. So I was going to ask, actually, how rewarding are you finding, especially not coming from a cricketing background, but you mentioned like the various different creative things that the foundation do. Like, how rewarding is that for you on a daily basis?
It's really incredible. Depending on the day, I could actually go play cricket with one of our walking cricket groups. We have a couple here in Chesterley Street. We go all over the county, Barnard Castle, Shildon. And it's just really lovely because they teach me a thing or two about how to play the sport. But also, when we have our art courses on, I can pop up and meet a lot of the incredible women who are doing this creative work. And they teach me a bit on, how can I do some stitching or oh, wow, that painting's really nice. Could I do that at home? So it's great to just see people come together, really. I've been so fortunate, and I've been trying to catch everything that we do. So today, actually, at the interval, we're doing kind of a showcase of our Super Ones program, which is working with kids with disabilities. And it's really amazing to see how cricket can be accessible. So for me, one of my highlights has been we hosted a table cricket competition here, and you can do that indoors. Are you familiar with table cricket?
I've heard all about this, actually,
For
before
me,
a
I
couple of
wanted
weeks
to get
ago.
in and play with the kids. It was incredible. They were just whacking it all over the place, and I thought, you know what, this is quite competitive. But it was fun because you could see kids of any and every ability. Wheelchair users can pull right up and play this game, and everyone can get involved. So it's really rewarding to see the sport played in ways like that.
It's that word, isn't it? It's the diversity of it. It's the fact that, I suppose, from just listening to you in the last 2 or 3 minutes, the fact that one day you're working with kids, the next day you're working with the disabled, the next day you're working with the elderly. The variety and the diversity that you get out of this job, and that the Durham Foundation doing the work, it's staggering, isn't it?
It's incredible because, you'd think, oh, we do a lot of work trying to get kids into cricket. And that's a huge piece of our foundation. We kind of, we run the development side of cricket in the region, trying to get kids involved and see how excited they are to keep going. Maybe one day they can play for Durham, and it's really rewarding to us to see the women's team now here.
Absolutely.
Now our girls have the same standard to look up to, and the foundation has done an incredible job growing girls and women's cricket, and we're building that pathway up. And I think part of the reason why we got the team here was, from the interest in the community. So we're very proud of that, and that's rewarding as well. But it's really kind of everything. And my job is to keep getting creative and add new things to that rotation. So I'm excited.
You strike me as a very creative person, Lauren. I've known you for about 15 minutes, and you strike me as a hyper-creative person, so the perfect person for the job. Listen, let's focus on today, because today, Rivals Day, Rivals Week, I think it's being called here, around the Banks Homes Riverside in Chesterley Street. How important are weeks, are days, are game days like today in not just raising awareness for Durham Foundation, but also, let's approach it as what it is, trying to raise vital funds for the foundation as well?
Yes, well, what's incredible about what the club does with every games, we have a charity who is the theme of that day, and now we get to kind of be in the spotlight, and a lot of folks, either they've heard of us or they only know one aspect of what we do. So it's been not just great for visibility and educating folks to see, might there be a program that they'd like to get engaged with, whether it's an adult or a child. You don't have to be local. We're all over the county. So there really are a lot of offerings. But it's really great because we provide, almost all of our programming is free. So in order to continue to do that and have no cost, we really do require some funds. And that's just the charity life. So we're trying to help people realize that, any donation is going to go to continuing our great work, but helping us to create new avenues where we can really meet the community need. And I want to stress that is our whole kind of drive right now is how can we make better links to the community, learn from them and what they're looking for, what might be missing, and how can we fill that gap and provide that for them for free, hopefully.
So we have a lot of people watching us on Durham Live. I've no idea because they have to stare at my ugly face during the pre-matches, intervals, post-matches, etc. But we do have quite a few people watching. Tell them, look down that camera there with the red light, Lauren, and tell them how they can donate towards the Durham Foundation.
Hi.
That was so well done. It was beautiful.
Hello, world. Thank you for listening
to
us.
Go into this one, Lauren, on one.
Right here?
There you
See,
go.
I'm a novice here. Thank you.
I love the talk there.
We have a number of ways. You can find us on socials. We're on Instagram. We're online. We have a website. But also, you can text to donate at the number 70450 DCF5.
I'm just gonna fall in here because there's some terrible handwriting on show. Lauren, you've been thrown under the bus here. We can see a kind of an impromptu autocue held up by Ileana from the foundation over her shoulders. And honestly, I was squinting at that, Lauren. I was like, I have no idea what that says. No idea what that says, but I'm sure we'll be able to get the information.
But we're
on
on Instagram. You can find it on there. And we'll get this message out on all of our socials. I'm not the best with numbers. See, I'm a creative.
Exactly.
We like words and pictures.
Precisely. So. Numbers isn't our thing in the Durham Live studio at all. Listen, Laura, I know you've got to be pitch side in around about 8 or 9 minutes' time, but I do want to kind of ask you on a couple of things. What's in the future for Durham Foundation, do you think?
In the future, it's a bit twofold. So on the recreational cricket side, in our kind of strategic plan, we're looking to strengthen our relationships with clubs across the county. So we have some excellent relationships, but can we get to know each other better? Can we learn from them what's happening? How can we smooth things over? How can we make sure that cricket is still very healthy in every single area across the county? And then also, can we get more girls and women in the game? Now we have, a carrot at the top. And we have somewhere where girls can really dream and aspire. And how can we get that message out so they know that we have programming that they can get involved in? We're also trying to get more women into coaching, more representation for the girls. So it's not just maybe one day you can play professionally, but you could also just play the game you love and contribute to it in different ways. So that's the cricket side. But on the impact side, I'm really looking to partner with organizations that are really good at meeting the community need. And how do I learn from them and work together and come up with new innovative programs? But also, how do I expand more of the good work that we do, whether that's walking cricket, when we usually have over 55s playing, and some are ex-cricketers, some are brand new, and how do I get more hubs, more places, more people coming? And, I'll have to get that silk painting course, more creative courses.
That's the one I'm interested in.
So just expanding. We're going to have a lot, so watch this space.
I will watch this sports, absolutely. And what are you going to be doing today? Because you are going to be quite busy today. Obviously, the week is dedicated towards Durham Foundation. What are you going to be doing before and during this game against Yorkshire this evening?
Well, I've been at the welcome table right at the front gate, welcoming everyone, educating them on the foundation. We have a few wares to sell just to try to get in some donations, whether that's a stress ball or a coffee mug, things like that. But also I'll go see my colleagues in the family zone that we run every single game for families. Kids get in there and they can learn how to bowl and they can catch, and some of the seasoned ones are going there for training. But and we have glitter tattoos, so I'll be going back and forth. And then we have our Super Ones and VI team demonstration at the interval, so I'll be busy looking at that.
You will be very, very busy. You'll be busier than Ashley Thorpe, and Ash Thorpe is a very, very busy man indeed, doing his pitch reports, which we'll come to in a second, and also his commentary and his punditry duties as well.
Don't have him come after me.
No, honestly, Lauren, you are replacing, whisper it quietly, you're replacing Ash Thorpe on Durham Live.
No.
You're much better pundit than Ash is. If he sees this, I'd tell him to his face anyway. Listen, Lauren, it's been absolutely tremendous having you in the Daft News studio. Thank you so much. Honestly, even though the air conditioning went off about 6 or 7 minutes ago, it has been an absolute joy speaking to you and hearing more about the Durham Foundation. Hopefully our viewers have found that super interesting. We will get how to donate properly up on screen on Durham Live.
Repeat that number for you. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Don't worry, you are welcome back in the Durham Live studio at any time. Trust me. Can I just finally get a prediction out of you tonight? Who's winning, Durham or Yorkshire?
Durham.
Thank you. You're welcome back. Thank you very much. Listen, we are going to be focusing on that. Lauren's going to be heading outside, pitch side, to go and chat to the crowd here at the Banks Homes Riverside, because the crowd is building. Of course, it is Rivals Day today here in Chester Street. Durham welcoming the Yorkshire Vikings. It's a huge, huge game. And I think we might need to check out the conditions. We know what it's doing in the air. It's 29 degrees, beautiful, no cloud in the sky. But what's the pitch looking like after the women's game a little bit earlier? It's time to check out the Thorpe Report.
Well, welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for Rivals Day, Yorkshire versus Durham here in Chester Street on a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. A little bit hazy, but temperatures in the high 20s, a light breeze blowing across the ground from the Don Robson Pavilion across towards Lumley Castle. Well, the pitch today, we've got a beauty. This was used for the Lancashire double-header. So we expect plenty of runs. The outfield's a little bit slower than normal. It was cut yesterday, but trying to protect it from all the weather. They've left it and haven't cut it today. I'm expecting a score, probably par of around 165 today. Should be a cracking game. Win the toss. I think you're going to want to defend on this pitch.
Yeah, brilliant to have the Durham Foundation guys there. Thank you so much to Lauren for her time being here in the Daffy News studio. And while she heads pitch side to go and have a chat with people down there and to spread the news of Durham Foundation far and wide, it's our job here in the Daffy News studio to turn our attentions fully to the main event this evening. Durham welcoming the Yorkshire Vikings, looking to make it 5 wins in the Vitality T20 Blast and to go second again in the T20 North Group after Leicestershire's win yesterday evening. Can they do it? You will find out right here on award-winning Durham Live this season. Every ball bowled, every catch caught, every shot struck, and everything in between. You will not miss a second. Largely because we have a dedicated team around us. Not just me. I slink away and I go and watch the game in the sun because the air conditioning's gone off here in the Daffy News studio. But instead, with our dedicated team of camera ops, Ben, who is behind the camera right now, and also pundits too. Ash Thorpe, not a clue where he is. He's probably searching out some ice lollies and searching out the sunscreen. But I tell you what, the dedicated Mr. Rob Rush joins me in the Daffy News studio instead to have a little look ahead to what promises to be a cracking night of cricket. Rob, come on. The sun's out, it's 29 degrees, it's Rivals Day, and the Yorkshire Vikings are in town. Cricket and sport doesn't get much better than this, does it?
This is Friday nights if they were done perfectly.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know. There's a few extras that I'd add, but I'm going to keep it professional, yeah. Go on. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, coming towards the end of this first group of Blast games, they've come thick and fast, really. You know, it feels like just yesterday we were just starting the competition. Now we're already at this end of this first block of games. So, look, a very good start from the guys, a lot better than last year where a couple of very slow starts and left it until the end to qualify for the knockout stages, but off to a lot better start this year. And yeah, hopefully get another win tonight, make that 5 wins out of that first group of games, and then hopefully put us on the good path to getting through to knockouts again.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And we're celebrating it by being in a studio where, like I keep mentioning, the aircons. This isn't a call to arms, by the way, to our facilities team, one little bit, but we don't want Rob Rush and Ash Thorpe to cook like roast chickens here in the Daffy News studio for the next 3.5 hours. All right, so if someone can sort the aircon out, that'd be wonderful. Thank you very much. Look, I've tried to do a good job in terms of teeing this one up. It is Rivals Day. It is Yorkshire Vikings. Why does Durham against Yorkshire Vikings mean so much, Rob?
It's the closest game that we have, really. I mean, we are a fair bit out of the way here. There is no one really in the close vicinity. But if you were going to put it as the next closest game, it is Yorkshire.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of good games, not only in the T20 Blast, but the County Championship over the years. We have avoided that, I think, last season with one of us being in Div 1 and the one being in Div 2, but we'll let that slide. But, this is where both sides have got really big names. You've got Alex Lees, Matthew Potts kind of leading it for Durham, Johnny Bairstow, Dan Milan are in for Yorkshire. This is kind of the two closest northern teams, kind of powerhouses. Lancashire also in there as well. But, this is where kind of you make your name. This is, players get remembered for what they do against Yorkshire 100%. And what you do against Durham. So this is kind of the game I think a lot of these lads look forward to when it comes up on the fixture list and the fixture announcements. And it's one you get the extra juices flowing as well.
Absolutely. I think we've teed it up rather nicely, and he must have heard us. His ears must have been burning, ladies, gents, boys and girls, because to the door to my right-hand side, the hardest working man on Durham Live is back from doing his post-match interview with Danny Hazel, doing his pitch report as well ahead of Durham against Yorkshire, and I've no idea how, but Ash Thorpe is wearing what looks to me like skin-tight jeans and a long-sleeve T-shirt.
Dad fashion.
I wasn't going to say that, Rob, my word. Look at this. It's looking good. Come on, Ash, you can sleep past to the commentary role. Just slide past the cameras. There you are. Wonderful. Fantastic. Ash is going to have a well-earned rest sitting down, and his voice rested for probably about 7 or 8 minutes before I introduce him on commentary, most certainly, ahead of this one. Huge game against Yorkshire coming up. This is how we communicate in the Durham Live studio. Basically just by hand gestures all of the way and people slinking across the camera.